Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? The International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management, ICSTSM, is about to begin. So for this reason, we would like to inform for all participants on site live from the auditorium of Polytechnic. So welcome once again to all the representative and also delegate guests in the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management ICSTSM in the auditorium of Polytechnic Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang Campus. Before we start the program, let us hear the safety inductions. Please welcome Cadet Eko Wahyu, Cadet Nurul Anissa, Cadet Yardan from Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is safety induction.
Ini adalah petunjuk keselamatan.
これは安全誘導です。
This time, you are in Gedung Serbaguna, Balai Maspardi Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang.
Saat ini, Anda berada di dalam gedung serbaguna Balai Maspardi Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang.
Which are
今回は Gedung Serbaguna Balai Maspadi Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang ni 入ります。
which are
Yang mana?
どこには
this building is completed with one lightning conductor installation located in control room outside of this room.
Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan satu instalasi penerangan listrik yang mana terletak di dalam ruang kendali di luar ruangan ini.
この建物はこの部屋の外の制御室にある一つの避雷針の設置で管理をします。
There are 9 exit doors, but only one exit door that can be used for the emergency exit located at your backside.
Terdapat 9 pintu keluar darurat, tetapi hanya ada satu pintu keluar yang dapat digunakan sebagai pintu keluar darurat yang mana terletak di belakang Anda.
この建物は出口は9つあります。非常口を通してできる出口は一つだけで後ろにあります。
This building is completed with water sprinkler located all around you.
Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan pemancar air yang mana terletak di sekeliling Anda.
この建物はあなたたちの周りにあるウォータースプリンクラーで完成します。
This building is completed with 3 water hydrants located 1 at your front side behind of the stage and 2 at your back side outside of this room.
Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan 3 buah hydrants yang mana 1 terletak di depan Anda di belakang panggung dan 2 terletak di belakang Anda di luar ruangan ini.
この建物は総河川があり、このステージの後ろに一つあります。で、この部屋の外の背面に2つあります。
If there is an emergency situation, don't be panic. We will lead you to the evacuation process.
Jika ada keadaan darurat, jangan panik. Kami akan mengarahkan Anda menuju proses evakuasi.
緊急事態があったら心配しないで。私たちはあなたたちをエバキュエーションを導きます。
Today, Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang is holding on an event of the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management.
Pada hari ini, Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang menyelenggarakan acara International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management.
今日、ポリテクニック Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang は International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management を開催します。
So, if you hear any alarm sound, please immediately leave this room to the exit door to the assembly point.
Jika Anda mendengar bunyi alarm, kami harap segera meninggalkan ruangan ini menuju titik kumpul melewati pintu keluar darurat.
警報音が聞こえたらすぐにこの部屋を出て出口から集合場所に移動してください。
Those are the safety induction that can we deliver to all of you. We hope this event will be held successfully.
Demikian adalah petunjuk keselamatan yang dapat kami sampaikan. Kami harap acara ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar.
これは安全誘導ですから、皆さんはこのイベントをお楽しみにしてください。
Thank you for your attention and good morning.
Good morning from Semarang, Indonesia. It's being a great honor for us on behalf of the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management ICSTSM. My name is Santi Rahmawati.
And my name is Cynthia Ardila, to be standing here as a master ceremony in this international conference. And welcome to each and every one of you for being here with us today in the auditorium of PIP Semarang campus and virtual through Zoom platform.
Before we are going to the main programs, all the participants can see the agenda or the conference program of ICSTSM shown in the screen. And after this, we will have welcome remarks, opening speech, the global research ecosystem introduction, continued by the plenary session of our keynote speakers. And then after the lunch break, we will have the academic online parallel presentation session that will be divided into 8 breakout rooms.
As an additional information on the awarding ceremony, we will announce the best presentation, best paper, and the session chair recognition live from auditorium of PIP Semarang campus. So we recommend all our participants to stay until the end of the conference today. Now, without further ado, let's open our agenda.
It is an honor to us to inform you that among us here we have His Excellency, Head of Human Resource Development on Transportasi Agency Indonesia, BPSDMP,
His Excellency, Secretary of Human Resource Development on Transportation Agency Indonesia, BPSDMP, Dr. Captain Wisnu Handoko, Master of Science.
His Excellency, the Conference Chair of ICSTSM and the Director of Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang, Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi, Magister Hukum, Magister Marin.
Her Excellency, the Co-Conference Chair of ICSTSM and Founder and Chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation, Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyanisi.
Your Excellency, all the keynote speakers joining us on-site and virtually. His Excellency Professor Takeshi Nakazawa, PhD, Chartered Engineer, Fellow Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology as the Executive Director of the International Association of Maritime University or IAMU.
Her Excellency Dr. Seung-hee Choi, the Executive Director at PEC Civil Excellence Network.
Her Excellency Professor Carrie Brown from Edith Cowan University, Australia.
His Excellency Professor Ari Purbayanto, PhD, the Director of the Executive Board of the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, BANPT.
His Excellency Dr. Kapten Antoni Arif Priyadi, Master of Science, the Senior Advisor to the Minister for Transportation on Regional and Environment of Transportation, concurrently Acting Director General of Sea Transportation.
His Excellency Captain Kasim Masud, Master of Science and RIRA Associate Fellow from the Nautical Institute, United Kingdom.
Your Excellency, all session chairs from Malaysia, Philippines, Germany, Palestine, Turkey, and Algeria.
Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, faculty members, all participants of ICSTSM, ladies and gentlemen.
Before we start the agenda for today's conference, we would like to play the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, directly followed by the hymne Perhubungan. So for all on-site participants, please kindly stand up. Stand up straight to show the respect.
Thank you for your attention for on-site participants. In the auditorium, please be seated again. Thank you.
So for all the success of this conference, Let us first open this conference by a prayer which will be delivered by Bapak Fadli Diatmiko. So please welcome Bapak Fadli.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start our conference today, let's pray together. Pray, begin. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa may yudlil fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lah. Wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Ya Allah, our Lord, there are no appropriate words for us to say to you except to express our gratitude to you for all the blessings and guidance that you have bestowed upon us, so that we can be present together to carry out the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management. For that reason, Ya Allah, make our event become an event that you are pleased with, which brings blessing, mercy, grace, and your guidance to all of us. Ya Allah, all merciful, give us clarity and peace of mind in every activity we carry out, so that we can provide the best for our family, community, nation, state, and to lead our beloved institution, Ministry of Transportation, to glory. Ya Allah, the Almighty, give us health, strength, and safety, and keep us safe from the dangers of all diseases and the viruses that harm us. Ya Allah, all merciful, forgive our sins, the sins of our parents, and the sins of our leaders. Ya Allah, you are all hearing, you are all seeing, and all knowing. Please accept our prayers. Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum birahmatika astaghis aslih li sya'ni kullah wa la takilni ila nafsi tarfata ain. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Praise over. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. So hope that this ICSTSM will be a successful conference. Amin.
Before continuing the next agenda, we would like to invite Cadet Wahyu Satria Nusantara and Cadet Ahmad Ahlandiam to come on the stage to demonstrate the use of Indonesian traditional headband to all guests and audience. Please welcome Cadet.
All audience can follow how to use the ikat, the traditional headband from Indonesia. So please see the cadet and you can use it. Perhaps also for the audience can help each other if you already finished using your headband.
finish. Thank you so much, Kader. And thank you for all the participants.
So now everyone already look beautiful and handsome, okay?
So interesting about the traditional headband,
Yes, exactly.
originally from Indonesia.
So now the level of beauty and handsome will be increased, yeah, after
Yes,
using this
for
headband.
sure.
Okay.
Exactly. The kain is from batik, right? Yeah,
Correct. The traditional and authentic, yeah.
authentic from Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause to all the participants. Thank you so much for wearing the ikat headband, original from Indonesia.
All right. So everyone already excited. So let us continue our program. Once again, good morning and welcome to the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management ICSTSM, which is organized by Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang and Research Synergy Foundation, supported by Scholar Vein, Reviewer Track, Research Synergy Institute, Research Synergy Press, F1000 Research, Cogent Open Access Journals, and Taylor and Francis Group.
The Hybrid International Conference held on 5 October 2023, both virtual and on-site, live from the auditorium of PIP Semarang campus. The conference theme for ICSTSM is Green Transportation. Thank
We
you.
are welcoming all the participants in the ICSTSM coming from over 19 countries around the globe and background to have a discussion and networking on the conference. We welcome all the strategic partners from the Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang and member of the Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem Network to the ICSTSM. So this is all the university and also the higher education institution and the government body that is supporting the ICSTSM 2023.
Thank you. We also welcome all participants, scholars, researchers, and practitioners from various countries such as Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, Japan, Morocco, Pakistan, Palestine, India, Nigeria, Germany, United Kingdom, Australia, Jordan, Algeria, Turkey, China, Thailand, Tanzania, and many more. We believe that at the ICSTSM you will get a lot of insight through the knowledge obtained from the interdisciplinary field of study. It is will lead to fruitful future collaboration and research opportunities.
We are also sure that the discussion in this international conference today will be a lively and interesting one. So therefore, we will provide all the participants and attendees to discuss further about the research presented in the ICSTSM in the Global Research Ecosystem Community platforms. So in the platforms, you can connect, interact, comment, discuss, or even find an opportunity to collaborate with other scholars in worldwide in your research field. So to join the Global Research Ecosystem Community platforms, simply can scan the QR code shown in the screen. Next, regarding the materials of the conference, the virtual background, the conference program, and also the abstract book can be accessed at the link that you can show in the screen. And another good news, that the proceeding of the ICSTSM 2023 already published online in the Research Synergy Press under the track of Engineering and Technology series.
The moderator will moderate the Q&A as per tab available for the on-site participants. You may raise your hand and ask your question directly. Meanwhile, for the online participants, please write your question in the Zoom chat box. Please write the name of the speakers that should answer it. A certificate for attendee or audience will be provided for participants only registered in the Global Research Ecosystem platform and actively involved in asking questions for giving feedback in the session.
So next information is about how to claim and get the e-certificate for the attendee. So this is important. So please kindly do the instruction as can be seen in the screen, since the committee only send the e-certificate to the participants who confirm on going to the event. So do not forget to get your e-certificate through the community platform.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please fill the attendance form as can be seen on the screen. bit.ly/virtual strip attendance form stripe ICSTSM. And for the video and audio, all online participants are required to mute their audio. The host has every right to mute any participant's audio and remove who are deemed disruptive without warning.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICSTSM, we should moving on to our next agenda. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi, Magister Hukum, Magister Marine as the Conference Chair of the ICSTSM and also the Director of Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang to give the welcome remarks.
Before that, allow me to read his profile first. Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi has been the Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang Director from March 2023 until now. He is active in various international activities, such as being a member of the delegation of the Republic of Indonesia at the IMO session, port and shipping training at Bremen University, Germany, lecturer exchange at GCNS Glasgow, UK, instructor upgrade training at the United States Merchant Marine Academy.
So without further ado, please welcome Bapak Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi. Applause.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, salam prestasi, and good morning to all of you. May prosperity be upon us all. the Honorable, the Head of Human Resources Development Agency, and represented by the Secretary of Human Resources Development Agency, Ministry of Transportation, distinguished keynote speaker of ICSTSM, Professor Takeshi Nakasawa, PhD, Dr. Seng Hui Choi, Profesor Ari Prubarianto, PhD, Dr. Kapten Antoni Arif Priadi, MSc, Kapten Kosim Masud, MSc, and Prof. Gary Brown, and distinguished session chair for this conference, Associate Professor Dr. Rafael Legino, Profesor Dr. Ing Yones Dalbi, Profesor Khaled Sahli, Profesor Vera Pandian Kailiani, Mr. Daha Hatsha, Profesor Mert Kubuku, Mrs. Ala Zubair Kablawi, Associate Professor Ahmed Monsori, Dr. Emi Normalina, and Professor Daniel M. de Guzman. The Honorable Head of Human Resources Development Center of Sea Transportation, the Head of Human Resources Development Center of Land Transportation, the Head of Human Resources Development Center of Air Transportation, Head of Human Resources Development Center of Transportation Official, all the principal of the education and training institution, all of the principal of shipping and logistic company, chairman of Research Synergy Foundation, Dr. Indarti, and also our moderator for today, Ibu Santi, all the conference participants, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome you to PIB Semarang. In bahasa we call selamat datang, and in Japanese language we said Sugeng Rawu. Sugeng Rawu is selamat datang in bahasa and welcome in English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His gracious blessing together in this good afternoon with this of the part of ICSTSM 2023 in PIB Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, PIB Semarang or Semarang Merchant Marine Polytechnic is an education training institution under the Ministry of Transportation of Republik Indonesia, tasked with organizing education and training program to form and improve competence in the shipping sector. This education institution has met the standard of the International Maritime Organization and received approval according to IMO regulation. PIB Semarang has been undertaken maritime training and education for 72 years. And ladies and gentlemen, as the higher education institution, PIB Semarang should implement the three pillars of higher education. One of which is the research. One of the objective of holding ICSTSM 2023. This is to facilitate the scientific publication for academic staff and students. ICSTSM 2023 is supported by all participants, scholars, researchers, and practitioners from about 19 countries around the world, such as India, Malaysia, England, Philippines, Australia, Japan, Germany, Republic of Korea, Morocco, Thailand, Pakistan, India, Jordan, Nigeria, China, Tanzania, Turkey, Algeria, Palestine, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management provide idea about sustainable transportation and collaborate with global maritime institutions to solve the issue of environmental pollution. The conference offer the platform of exchange idea, research, finding, and the best practice for expert, scholar, and professional in sustainable transportation and safety management. Moreover, the specific forum also provide a grand networking and knowledge sharing environment. Climate change is become an issue that is widely discussed nowadays. We realize that transportation is one of the contributors to the carbon emission from all fossil fuel combustion. The value resist is 30%, and it is in the maritime world. The International Maritime Organization continues to calculate the carbon emission in the international shipping and determine strategic step to reduce greenhouse gas emission in port operation and shipping. As the organizer of ICSTSM 2023, PIP Semarang hope that the conference can become a momentum for expert, academic, and professional to exchange idea and experience to jointly creative sustainable transportation that safe, economic, efficient, and of course environmentally friendly. Ultimately, it will positively contribute to the developing of transport and infrastructure to enhance society economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite your active participation and collaboration to contribute to sustainable transportation throughout the event profoundly. My enormous gratitude goes to everyone who made this conference possible. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the Secretary of Human Resource and Development Agency, Dr. Captain Wisnu Handoko, MSc, to deliver the speech and officially open the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to end my remark, I am delighted that ICSTSM 2023 will start today. May God the Almighty always be present with us all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om.
Thank you so much to Dr. Kapten Cahyadi to stay still in the stage because we will give a token for appreciation.
Thank you once again, Bapak Dr. Kapten Cahyadi for with a very warm welcome remarks. So next, as the recognitions and also the appreciation from the organizing committee, would like to give a very special token of appreciations to Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi for his welcome remarks and also for his leading in as the conference chair of the ICSTSM. So in this occasion, we would like to welcome Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsi as the co-conference chair and also founder and chairperson of Research Synergy Foundations to give the token of appreciation virtually.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi and Dr. Hendrati. Thank you for the great teamwork and coordination so that the conference can run successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICSTSM, moving on, for the next agenda, we would like to invite the Head of Human Resource Development on Transportation Agency Indonesia, BPSDM MP, represented by Dr. Kapten Wisnu Handoko, MSc, as the Secretary of Human Resource Development on Transportation Agency Indonesia, BPSDMP, to give the opening speech.
Before that, allow me to read his profile first. So Dr. Kapten Wisnu Handoko, Master of Science, currently serves as the Secretary of the Human Resource Development on Transportation Agency, and he started to serve as a civil servant since 1999, and many strategic leader positions that he had held up to the present. And he completed his master's degree from World Maritime University Sweden and a doctoral degree from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. He actively plays a role in the various international activities, some of which are the IMTGT, the Strategic Planning Meeting in Bangkok, Thailand, the Republic of Indonesia delegations in the IMO Assembly 27 meeting and the IMO Council 106 meeting in London, IMO MSC 38 meeting in Copenhagen, Transit Simulator User Conference in Washington, United States of America.
So, please welcome Dr. Kapten Wisnu Handoko, MSc.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mbak Dila and Mbak Santi, for the times given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning and best wishes to everyone, the honorable keynote speakers of the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management, Professor Takeshi Nakasawa, Executive Director of IAMU, International Association of Maritime Universities, Japan, Professor Gary Brown, Edith Cohen, University, Australia, Dr. Sawi Choi, Executive Director of APEC Seafarer Excellence Network, South Korea, Captain Hasim Masood, Nautical Institute, United Kingdom, Professor Ari Purbayanto, Director of Executive Board of the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, or BANPITI, Dr. Kapten Anthony, Master of Science, Senior Advisor to the Minister for Transportation on Regional and Environment of Transportation, concurrently also Acting Director General of Transportation. the Honorable Head of Human Resource Development Center of Sea, Land and Air Transportation, all principals of Maritime Education and Training Institution, and of course, Director of Semarang Merchant Marine Polytechnic, Captain Ji Cahyati, and all academic staff as the hosts to the conference. All conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me in the first opportunity to express my appreciation and gratitude to Semarang Merchant Marine Polytechnic for conducting of the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management. Let's start the conference by praising to Almighty God for all His blessings so we can attend this international conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, the present-day shipping industry, renowned for its economic and efficient long-distance transport, occupies a pivotal position in the world's economy, often celebrated as the cornerstone of the international trade and steadfast contributor to globalization. Maritime transport is not just a conduit, it is one of the invisible pillars of modern life. Indeed, shipping serves as the lifeblood of the global economy. When the maritime sector encounters difficulties, the entire global economic machinery comes to a halt. Nevertheless, while shipping boasts significant scale, it also grapples with substantial risks. But in terms of physical challenges and financial uncertainties inherent in transporting goods across vast oceans. Furthermore, the movement of people and other products by motor cars, automobiles, trains, trucks, airplanes, ship and different vehicle modes is included in the transportation industry. The environment has suffered due to the transportation industry rapid growth. According to estimation, the transportation industry is the second largest source of the carbon dioxide emission from burning fossil fuels. The total amount of emission from the transportation sector has been rising since 2013. Therefore, the necessity of greening the transportation system must receive special consideration. The green transport strategy overarching goal is to maintain to improve the output from transportation in terms of mobility while simultaneously reducing energy inputs. Specifically, in the term of utilization of non-renewable resources, this will decrease emission, especially CO2, which will support the sustainability of the environment. It is necessary for both energy use and output to gradually decline of case for green transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, increasing the safety level has always been the central priority for the transportation area. Nevertheless, there may need to be more than decreasing the risks up to an acceptable level due to the development of transportation and the availability of probability of increasing the number of accidents of different kinds. The system causes many accidents in the transportation area and has led to the procedure for identification and control of risks and the development and expansion of safety management system in the transportation area. The safety management system should be systemic, proactive, and precise. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope this conference may improve the academic climate and increase lecturer competence. Increasing lecturer competency is a lever for institutional progress. I am sure that increasing lecturer competency will have an impact on the quality of education and teaching received by cadets, and the quality of the institution, as well as supporting the acquisition of Semarang Merchant Marine Polytechnic accreditation, especially for preparation facing international accreditation visit from AQAS Germany. Apart from that, the challenge of producing professor for the Human Resources Development Agency, Ministry of Transportation, must begin to be addressed together. We provide full support to lecturers to increase capacity, to enhance lecturer careers. Moreover, by fostering collaboration and partnership among university and industry, we can leverage our collective strengths, knowledge, and resources to shape a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future. Let us embrace the power collaboration, break down the barrier to divide us, and forge partnerships that transcend border, culture, and ideologies. Facing a new challenge of the global trade, sustainable transport, and green transport, we can transcend traditional boundaries, full resources, and collectively address the challenge. Let us overcome challenge, unlock new possibilities, and create a better future together. Let us create a world where the potential of every individual and nation is realized. Have a fruitful talk and discuss during the conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, these are several points and expectations that I like to convey on this special occasion. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby officially declare the opening of the International Conference of Sustainable Transportation and Safety Management, Polytechnic Ilmu Plaza Semarang 2023 is officially opened. May God Almighty always provide His guidance to all of us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam prestasi.
Thank you once again, Dr. Kapten Wisnu Handoko, Master of Science, for supporting and also officially opening the ICSTSM. So it is really an honor to us. Thank you so much.
As a recognition and appreciation from the organizing committee, we would like to give token of appreciation to Dr. Captain Wisnu Handoko, MSU, for his opening speech. And please stand up but still in your position. Dr. Captain Tri Jayadi, Marine, is the corporate chair of the ICSTSM and director of Polytechnic Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang, to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Captain Wisnu Handoko. Once again, thank you Dr. Captain Wisnu Handoko and Dr. Captain Tri Cahyadi.
So before we continue to the next agenda of the ICSTSM, we will have an excited session, which is the group conference photo sessions. So once again, for all the participants in the auditorium, so please kindly stand up and see the position at the entrance gate. And for the VIP, you may please come to the stage. Please stand up to all the participants on site and look to the entrance door there. And for the online participants joining through the Zoom platforms, please kindly open your cam. Okay, so we will have the conference group photo. So for the VIP, can come to the stage, Bapak. Yes, please come. Okay, so everyone can turn around your body like this and see at the entrance side. Give the best smile for the ICSTSM And also for the Zoom participants, the committee also will capture every windows. So please give your best smile. Okay, thank you so much to all everyone, to the audience in the auditorium. Give applause to all of us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda, we would like to invite Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih as the co-conference chair of ICSTSM and also founder and chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation to give the introduction to global research ecosystem. Before that, allow me to read her profile first. Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih is the co-conference chair for ICSTSM as well as the founder and chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation. She holds doctoral degree in science management from Institute Technology Bandung. She has published many research articles, book chapter, and contemporary scientific articles published in high-tier international journals by reputable publishers. She frequently invited by many higher education institutions as the keynote speakers of international conferences in Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Japan, and US.
So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih. Applause.
Okay, thank you so much. Very good morning to everyone here and also to all the participants that already in the virtuals. There are 221 participants that come from 19 countries that already watch and stand by in this conference. Okay, I would like to giving all of you regarding with our global research ecosystem, since this program is also supported by our foundations, and we have 5 support systems that already support this conference. Okay. May I have my slide, please? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay, before I start, I would like to introduce regarding with this support system, because this conference already being supported and by Research Synergy Foundation regarding with the scientific process and also regarding with the output of publication. There are two kind of publications in that support this conference, and we are collaborate with Taylor and Francis and also our publishing house Research Synergy Foundation Press. Okay, next please. Okay, who we are? We are a digital social enterprise that we are a platform that have already been supported many scholars that come from not only the academician but also come from governments and also industry. As like all of you also here, the combination between government and also industry and also academicians. And in here, we have already been conducting many programs since 2017 until now. And we have a numbers of members. Okay, next please. Okay, we are the founders. There are 3 women, and this is a women powers here. Me and Miss Santi, and also Miss Ani. Miss Ani is in Bandung now, responsible for the virtual conference. Okay, thank you. Next please. Okay. So we have numbers of our members in our global ecosystem since 2017 until now, up to 25,000 members from all around the globe. and mostly come from professor and doctor that come from academicians, but not only academicians, but also from another institution as like government, association, and also industry. Okay, and the increasing numbers of our members, for example, this conference already participated by more than 221 attendee and participants that come from 19 countries. Okay, so every conference, there are more than 100 participants that already participated. So we have 24 conferences every year. So it means that increasing number, it will be more than thousands. Okay, next please. Okay, this is our ecosystem. So you can see in the middle, in the behind of this supporting system, there are scholar vans of our submission online. So all of the participants who present the paper, they already submit in our support system. And then it's already embedded with our reviewer track. This is our reviewer hub. And this conference already being supported by more than 25 reviewers from many countries. So it depends on your research interest. It will be assigned to our reviewer with the same research interest with all of you. So this is the way we are upholding integrity regarding with the scientific process. Okay, next please. This is how we are doing in our scientific process. So this is the way we are trying to upholding the integrity regarding with the process in how we give you a feedback. So this is the process in every conference, depend on the output of publications. Okay, so we are using artificial intelligence regarding with how we assign the reviewer with the same research interest with all of you. Okay, next please. And in every website, in all of our conference, we have the timeline, and also we have a post-conference, pre and post-conference review process. Everyone here can see in which stage all of you already being reviewed. And then, because we have a double-blind review, so everyone will have the content review. And alongside with the LOA, not only the content review, but also you have a plagiarism review and also the language review. So this comprehensive review will give you feedback, and then you can enhance the quality of publication. So this is the way we are supporting all of our authors and all of our members. And this is the way how we are really taking care regarding with the scientific process. Okay, next please. And then this is our output of publications. Since we have also our publishing house, there are 20 international journals that already indexed in reputable indexer, as like DOAG, Copernicus, and the 4 of them will be submitted into Scopus. And then, next one, next please. Okay, so this conference also have the equal opportunity to all of you. If you have a really good paper, it will be assigned, it will be recommended into our affiliate journal, because we are officially already affiliate since 2020 with Taylor and Francis as an official gateway of F1000 research. It's already indexed in Scopus Q1, and also we are affiliate officially with the Kogan Open Access. There are 9 open access journals. So all of you have equal opportunity based on recommendation of our reviewers. Okay, and then next please. Okay, and we have many programs, not only conference actually. We have many programs regarding with how we can enhance the quality of publications, and also how we can engage regarding with the grant networking, because we can see that this conference is not only conference, but also a grant networking that can sustain your collaboration with a session chair, with a keynote speaker, with among participants from any countries and attendee. So we have also a lot of programs, for example, paper writing collaboration, self-value co-creation programs among all of you. Because we can see that this program has already been supported by, I will see the report, for example. These programs, this conference already supported by 23 universities. It comes from the keynote speaker. There are 6 keynote speakers from 5 countries, from 6 institutions. And then session chair, there are 10 session chairs from 6 countries and 8 universities. So this is a really good opportunity to all of you, to all of us here, to have a grand networking, to extend the collaboration for the future collaboration. So it can be you to you. So there are many programs regarding how we can extend the collaboration with all of them. Okay, and then next please. Okay, and this is our fifth support system. I already give you regarding with our fourth support system. This is our fifth support system regarding how we can engage after the conference or post-conference engagement. So all of you here, when you already have discussion, fruitful discussion in your disseminations forum, so there are some kind of forum that will be extended in this webcom. This web community give you the room to discuss further discussion. For example, because they have a limited time. In one room, there are maybe for one presenter, maybe only 10 minutes. But if the discussion is really good one, so they can continue in this web community platform. And you can communicate with the session chair, and then you can extend it into many programs, for example, paper writing collaboration, joint research, and etc. So this is the way how we are supporting all of you, not only having the conference in this during time, but also in the pre, during, and post. So we do hope that all of you enjoy this conference, and having a fruitful discussion with all of the participants and also all of our colleagues from all around the world. Thank you so much. Please welcome to our big family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsi, for the very insightful information about the global research ecosystem. As the recognition and also appreciation from the ICSTSM committee, would like to give a token of appreciations to Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsi. So please welcome once again Bapak Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi as the conference chair of ICSTSM, and also Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsi to make this token of appreciation moment memorable. Okay, so once again, thank you so much, Dr. Hendrati and also Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICSTSM, without further ado, now we will move on to our agenda today, which is the keynote speaker session. Today's arrangement is the plenary session, which means that all the keynote speakers will develop their speech, and the audience are allowed to ask questions after all the keynote speakers have finished. This plenary keynote speaker session will be moderated by Mrs. Santi Rahmawati.
Thank you,
She is
Ms.
here.
Dila. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Before Mrs. Santi take over the plenary session, allow me to read her profile first. Santi is the founder and Global Network Operation Director of the Research Synergy Foundation, or just called RSF. She actively engaged with scholars around the world for strengthening the global research ecosystem. She holds her bachelor's degree of industrial engineering from Universitas Indonesia and master degree of science management, focusing on entrepreneurship and technology management from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Santi has appointed as a gateway advisor in F1000 Research Scopus Q1 and Taylor and Francis Open Access Advisor Scopus Q1 Q2. She has published research articles and book chapters in some reputable international journals and publishers. Santi also served as the managing editor for 6 international journals in Research Synergy Press. Wow. Wow. So interesting after this session. Can you wait for this session, Mrs. Santi?
Thank you, Miss Dila. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Mrs. Santi Ramawati.
Okay, so all the audience, the respective guest delegates, particularly in the auditorium of PIP Semarang, I do apologize. If you may, I will sit for a while. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we will continue to do our keynote speaker panel sessions. And in this session, there will be 6 keynote speakers that will continuously directly from one keynote speaker to another keynote speaker in delivering their material. So please kindly put your attentions to all of the keynote speakers, and also if you have a questions, you can take note first and then asking the question, or later for the participants in the auditorium, you may raise the hand once the discussion session, and for the Zoom conference, you can also type your questions in the Zoom chat box. Okay, so we will go to the first keynote speaker without further ado. Let us welcome our first keynote speaker for ICSTSM 2023, Professor Takeshi Nakazawa, PhD, as the Executive Director of the International Association of Maritime University, or IAMU. And he will be delivering the topic about the role of educators at maritime higher education in a transitional period of shipping. So before Professor Takeshi delivering his speech, allow me to read his profile. Professor Takeshi Nakazawa is the Executive Director of the International Association of Maritime University and also Professor of the World Maritime University in part-time basis. And he graduated Marine Engineering Department at Kobe University of Mercantile Marine in 1980, and then worked for the Institute for Sea Training of the Ministry of Transport, Japan. After 7 years life at sea as an instructor and marine engineer on board training ship, he returned to university with the chief engineer's license, and then put him into the research world in the field of mechanical engineering for his PhD. And his current research interests are in the field of maritime technology and maritime education and training. So he also assumed several advisory board members in those fields in Japan and the world. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Takeshi Nakazawa. Konnichiwa, Professor Takeshi.
Hello, konnichiwa. Thank you, Santi, for your very detailed introduction. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, it is my great pleasure and then privilege to deliver a keynote speech at the International Conference on Sustainable Transportation and then Safety Management organized by Polytechnics Ilmu Palayaran Semarang. It is a pity that I could not participate in the conference in person as I have an unavoidable commitments tomorrow morning in Tokyo. But I trust that I will have another chance to participate in the subsequent conference. As the conference deals with the sustainability, I think the next year will come. That's my understanding. Anyway, as you all are aware, we are in a transitional period. Everything is changing so quickly. The application of digitalization of shipping has been accelerated in recent years. This will introduce a new method and competencies in traditional ship operation. At the same time, the commitment of shipping stakeholders to environmental protection with visible outcomes are seriously required with a common policy on decarbonization and the carbon neutrality. As everyone realizes, we are in a transitional period. How do educators at the maritime higher education adapt themselves to such a transitional period? I would like to show my view on this question. Next, please. Yeah. In general, it is quite difficult to define an exact day when a transition started. But I realized that the following 2 points were dawn of transition, especially in shipping world. The first one was the UN Secretary General's address, the speech at the time of the General Assembly, on 25th September 2018. He mentioned that the artificial intelligence is connecting people across languages and supporting doctors in making a better diagnosis. And he also mentioned that a driverless vehicle will revolutionize transportation. Yeah, those are the situations, and he mentioned that one. And the second point, I'd like to say that the Kyoto Protocol was adopted in December 1997. Actually, the protocol was the first international treaty to set a legally binding target to cut the GHG emissions. It was replaced by the Paris Agreement in December 2015. All activity made by or prepared by the IMO are also the start from this Kyoto Protocol. Please just click twice. You will find some, excuse me, please just click twice to proceed this figure to slide. Yep. The first one is very much relating to the intelligence. The second one is very much relating to the environment. Please just click it again. Yeah, thank you. And then click next. Next slide, please. Yep. In general, therefore, I think that there are two key factors in transition of shipping. The first one is the intelligence. You know that the MSS as an application of the digitalization for the ship operation. These have lots of benefit for us. First one is the significant safety benefit. We don't consider too much about the human resource, human errors. And second one, the lower operational cost, no crew member on board, and the easy adaptation to slow speed. That means that will give us the fuel economy. We don't need to consider the length of the voyage because of the no crew member was on board. That was the first point. The second point is the environment and reduction of the GHG and the alternative fuel in shipping operation. As you know, that the IMO's measure to reduce the GHG emission, just like the EEDI, EEOI, SAMP, and then the newly introduced EEXI. In addition to that, the carbon neutrality, decarbonization, and the alternative fuels is now coming for the further discussion. Next, please. As you see from these, the three figures, the cost of the sensor and the memories has been drastically reduced in a couple of decades. And then the calculation speed of the central processing unit become faster and faster. It is obvious that these trends support the rapid development of the digitalization. Next, please. Yeah, digitalization also gave us the new tool, the lesson from the past, to solve any problem as a huge amount of the data obtained in the past are easily kept in the storage as a big data, and we can use them for the decision-making process as our experience, though we do not have any real experience. Digitalizations also support the development of the computerization. Then the table shows an interesting result about the rank of occupations according to their probability of computerization. In this table, the probability of computerization means how easy a computer can take over an type of the occupation. As you see, I just selected some of the job relating to maritime, seafarers, and so on. For instance, the ship engineer in the middle, their probability is still 0.041. That means that this job is actually very difficult to be taken over by the computer. On the other hand, you see that the sailor and then the marine oilers, the probability is almost 83%. If your friend have a job on the sailor or the marine oilers, that means the ratings on board, just ask them to change their job. Otherwise, I think the computer will take over that job in recent. So as you see from this one, our traditional work style is also in the transitional period. Maybe something changed, and therefore I recognize intelligence as a first key factor in the transitional period. Next, please. Yeah, in contrast, the second key factor in the transitional period is the environment. A new concept and the measure to carbon neutrality, renewable energy, and the decarbonization have been introduced into our shipping world. Please click that one. Click it again. Yeah, just keep clicking. It's easy for you to do. Yeah. Yeah, the figure shows that the fundamental concept of a decarbonization in ship operation. Simply said, as simply as possible, decarbonization is the effort or the process to shift the energy source from carbon to hydrogen. However, as all of you know, that the technology to use the hydrogen for huge amount of the power is not yet fully mature. That's the reason why, so the several ideas for the alternative fuel, such as methane, that means LNG, most part of the LNG consists of the methane, and then the ethanol, and also the ammonia are the sort of alternative fuel. So that is the situation right now. But please note that all those alternative fuel is now in the process of development. So that means this is also the transitional period. We are in the transitional period. Next, please. Probably some of you already know that the Gas Tech conference was held in Singapore in the early September this year. That's a couple of weeks ago. And at that time, many of the leader of the shipping industry participated in that conference and they exchanged their view. I recognize that some of the comment given from the shipping industry, which is shown in this part. You see, on the top, ammonia is one of the most potential choice of zero emission fuel. Someone says so. Shifting to the LNG and the methanol is measured to reduce the GHG for the time being. If we use LNG as a fuel for ship propulsion, around 20% of the GHG reduction should be achieved. The supply chain for the LNG has been fully established, but not for ammonia. And the methanol or ammonia, someone said, conclusion has not yet been made. That means that this is typically said that this is also the transitional period. Next, please. Yeah, I just slightly change my point of discussion by showing the curriculum structure of a BSc in marine engineering. This structure was a very similar structure I got during the 1970s. The 4 component in the bottom, the fundamental subject, and common specialized subject that was normally provided the 2nd grade or the beginning of the 3rd grade. And the specialized subject is normally given to us at the 3rd grade and the last grade just before the onboard training. The differences among these 3 components learned at this university, the shown here there, the fundamental subject contain the math, physics, and then chemistry, and very, very fundamental natural science, and also the law, economics, and so on, so on. The second part, which is called the common specialized subject, contain very fundamental engineering, thermodynamics, heat exchange, heat transfer, and fluid mechanics, electrical engineering, etc., etc. But the third part, specialized subject, is very much related to applications, steam turbine, diesel engine, and so on, so on. What I wanted to say through this one is actually that the structure of the education is actually to start from a fundamental to the application. That means the foundation to the application. In the other word, the theoretical to the practical. I still remember the most tough subject are in the middle. Common specialized subject is very tough because we have to understand everything. On the other hand, the specialized subject was not so difficult, mainly because we just memorize and then they do not need to fully understand. Or if we fully understand the common specialized subject, we don't need to take a lot of time to memorize the specialized subject. You understand? That other situation, probably the nautical science could be the similar structure. Next, please. As I said, we are in the transitional period, and in the transitional period, what we have in the technology as well as the education. For the technology, a variety of the technology, the method appears all the time, and some of them will disappear if better technology comes, or that technology is cheaper than before. And sophisticated technology are not always survive. Price may be a key, as I mentioned. Education, each practical subject should be linked with the theoretical knowledge. The practical knowledge is only the spatial information. And this will help the student understand the practical subject deeply and easily. And this will also provide the student with the capability to apply the fundamental knowledge for understanding another the practical knowledge. Next, please. And such a situation, we would like to conclude by showing the role of educators at the maritime higher education in a transitional period of shipping. Everything changes so quickly. Some new technology come, and after that, the other one come, and then the previous one go. And such a situation, if the higher education always try to provide the application knowledge, sometimes it will become the waste of time, because once they graduate, those kind of the technology is never used. That is a situation, that is a condition of the transitional period. Therefore, the role of the educator is that to always monitor the newly introduced technology and method to operate a ship. That is the basic point. And then they consider what the competences is needed to use such a technology and method, and find out the practical knowledge to obtain the competence. Then after that, that is a very important part. They explore the relationship between the practical knowledge to use the such technology method and the relevant theoretical knowledge, and then give and the appropriate guidance on the relationship between the theoretical knowledge and the practical knowledge to be needed to operate the ship to student during the classroom. Okay, again, I would like to conclude one more thing. And in such a transitional period, it is quite obvious that the important role of the educator at the maritime higher education has to play is to provide the student with the fundamental knowledge that is widely applicable for new technology, rather than to provide them with a practical knowledge that is applicable only for a specific purpose. I'd like to select this point to all my colleagues working at the maritime higher education institution. Next, please. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Takeshi. Arigato gozaimasu. Please stay still, Prof, because we will have the discussion session later after all the keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Professor Takeshi.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so next we will welcome our next keynote speaker. And already here with us today, we have Dr. Seng Hee Choi, and she is the Executive Director, APEC Seafarer Excellence Network. Please welcome Dr. Choi. All right, so before Dr. Choi delivering her keynote speech, allow me to read the profile first. Oh, okay. I do apologize, Dr. Choi. We should have the moment for the token of appreciation first for the Professor Takeshi. Okay. Okay. So for the Professor Takeshi Nakazawa, as the recognition and also the appreciations from the ICSTSM committee, would like to give a token of appreciation. So in this occasion, we would like to welcome virtually Dr. Captain Wisnu Handoko, Master of Science, as the Secretary of Human Resource Development on Transportation Agency Indonesia, BPSDMP. Please welcome Dr. Captain Wisnu Handoko.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Santi. On this occasion, I would like to say hello to my colleagues, also my teacher, Professor Takeshi Nakazawa from Japan. A long time no see you, sir, and I'm very glad to see you today in the health condition, in the well condition, and I do hope that you always give your valuable time for us. I still remember around 7 years ago, I invited you in Semarang. At the time, I'm the director of Semarang Mercamari Polytechnic, and the first conference that we conduct 7 years ago, you also attend. And today, I'm happy to see you again. And by this, we would like to say thank you and highly appreciation for your coming to sharing your knowledge. And of course, we try do our best that in the future we will a part of the IAMU. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wisnu. You now became a so great man. I'm so proud of you. Actually, unfortunately, this time I couldn't participate in this one. As I said, that I have another commitment tomorrow morning, from early morning. So that's why I finally decided not to go. But I really missed this opportunity. I mean, to visit Indonesia again. But I think that probably next time, I definitely I'll be there. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh yes, sir. Just a short info to you that last week Professor Max Mejia, President of WMU, also visit to Jakarta, and also I accompany him to meet with Mr. Excellency Minister of Transportation of Indonesia, and also have some planning to work together with WMU. So please welcome if you have time to come to Indonesia and Jakarta, and we can arrange for your visiting.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank you.
Professor.
Yeah, I will. I will. Definitely, I will. I will visit there. Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for your support, Professor Takeshi. So thank you once again, Professor Takeshi Nakazawa, and also Dr. Kapten Wisnu Handoko. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A pleasure.
Okay, so now we are moving to our next keynote speaker. Please have a seat, Dr. Choi. Okay, so Dr. Choi is coming from all the way from Busan to Semarang, right? Okay, so Dr. Choi, before you delivering the keynote speech, allow me to read your profile, okay? So Dr. Seng Hee Choi is the Executive Director of APEC Seafarer Excellence Network and a full-time Associate Professor at the Korea Institute of Maritime and Fishery Technology, which is the Government Maritime Training Institute of the Republic of Korea. So Dr. Choi is an alumni of the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom, where she earned her MA and PhD in the field of English Applied Linguistics with the specialization of teaching successful cross-cultural communication strategies across the world maritime industry. So in terms of the international technical cooperation programs, she has been successfully leading a number of capacity building activities with the international organizations such as IMO, technical cooperation programs, and APC projects, and she continues to devote her interest and energy in international cooperation, maritime education and training, seafarers' welfare, and their career development. All right, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Choi.
Thank you very much. First of all, Assalamualaikum. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the Ministry of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, and also the Dr. Triki Hayati, the Director of PIP Semarang. So it is my great honor and pleasure to have this presentation with all of the participants here today. So my presentation today, the topic is Seafarers' Mental Well-being, the unsung hero of ship safety in sustainable transportation. So when we think about sustainable transportation, for us, it could be more about the mechanical problems and also the technical skills, but let's think about in different perspective. Sustainable transportation requires sustainable human manpower, and their resilience and mental well-being and their happiness on board is one of the key issues to maintain the well-qualified manpower to stay in the shipping industry. So we would like to talk about, Apex said, would like to talk about, then what about helping our seafarers and our cadet to be mentally prepared to work as a sustainable workforce in the future maritime industry, which is fast changing, one of the fastest changing industry in the world. So today's small topic is to break the silence to make this sustainable environment in the transportation industry. Yes, next slide, please. So I think I should wear my glasses. Okay, so what is the break the silence? I'm not quite sure about the culture in different regions across the APEC and in the world industry. But mental health is one of the critical factors so that people can sustain their work. Mental ill health and their treatment for the sustainable and work-friendly environment, it is one of the pivotal. But people think it is really hard to talk about the mental health, specifically in the shipping industry. Yes, next slide, please. So let's think about this one first. Why are we afraid of talking about the mental health on board? Yes, next slide, please. So there are a lot of reasons why, but let's share about the reasons together. First thing, we may be scared about what others think about me, think about my mental health problems, my symptoms, inner symptoms. And also people worry about keeping their jobs by saying about their mental and medication when joining a board. Next slide, please. And also people think about, they don't want to be seen as a weak or being judged by others. And also, there is, as we are very well aware, the shipping industry is a male-dominated industry, so men are less likely to open up their mind and feelings about the medical problems. And also, I'm not quite sure about this culture, but mental health in Korea is a bit of taboo subject to talk about, and specifically in the working area. And next slide, please. But now we have to think that we have a lot of cadets, we have a lot of seafarers who have to keep their job at sea for our sustainable transportation industry. So why do we need to talk about mental health in the shipping industry? Next slide, please. There are so many reasons why, but let's think about one by one. Next slide, please. Let's listen to our seafarers' voice. When our seafarers feel safe and cared for, there are fewer accidents, incidents, or adverse events. So they should feel safe when they are on board. It directly linked to the safety on board the ships. Yes, next slide, please. And also, it is the right thing to do. We have to think about their wellness on board, their safe feeling on board. So mental health is one of the key way of demonstrating that we are supporting them. Yes, next slide, please. And also, engaged, mentally well seafarers are more resilient and more productive, especially important as commercial pressures increases. Yes, next slide, please. And it is unacceptable to think about that. Our cadets and our colleague on board think about suicide and think about, unsafety of their feelings. It is very miserable to all of us. Yes, next, please. And by promoting the seafarers' mental welfare and safety environment, we can increase trust and communication, which in turn encourages better conversation and decision-making, which directly link to the safety on board. Yes, next slide, please. And the level of suicide, within the industry is going up, specifically after the COVID-19, during the COVID-19 period. And it can affect any kind of inner things about how we can support our seafarers' resilience. So I would like to share our project with you so that you can apply this one into your education and training. Yes, so there is 4 modules we can provide. The first thing is we recognize our mental health first, and also we have to support our seafarers to establish their own support structures, and also we have to practice all active supporting strategies, and also finally we have to have a positive mental health care programs on board by keep learning and keep practicing. Yes, next slide, please. So this is a structure of what we have. Yes, the module 1, next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Yes, let's first think about that. We have to encourage our seafarers that they can have any problems of their in their mental status and also the physical health status. As we have a headache and as we have a fever, they can have the kind of depressions or sadness in their mind. So we have to first break the silence so that students, cadets can speak about their problems openly. Yes, next slide, please. And also, we have to help them to diagnose their current situation. So from the mental ill health and struggling stage, and just okay stage, as we are, and thriving as very happy stage. So people can have different spectrum at any time, at any stage. So when they feel mentally ill, ill situation, they can try to how to improve themselves is one of the key issues that we have to think about. Yes, next slide, please. Yeah, so there are a lot of exercises that maritime institution can do and shipping companies can do on board. So think about their mental health problems and identify what can be a good strategies to improve them. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, so we have to help our cadets, yes, to increase their happiness, positive influence, and reduce negative influences so that they can adjust their mental problems on board. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, and also we have to think about the support structures. So when you have a problem on board, where can you ask for the support? For whom you can ask for? Yes, next slide, please. So the module 2 provides a lot of things that you can identify when you are mentally ill on board and how to identify our colleagues' mental illness. Yes, next slide, please. And how to help their symptoms, relieve their symptoms by encouraging the atmospheres of supporting one another. Yes, this is kind of a symptom people show when they have a mentally ill situation. And next slide, please. Yes, and next slide, please. So we have to think about in your classroom that how we can improve the mental healthiness. So how to connect with one another and how to be active. Yesterday's show was one of the greatest ideas to do on board the ships, yes. And also the keep learning something, you know, speaking Japanese and speaking English and French and German, as Dr. Takeshi Nakazawa said. And also give to another, helping one another. Yes, next slide, please. And also, when you have a certain problems, you have to identify where I have to contact. In the ship board organization, to whom you can ask for your colleague or chief engineers or captain, or at home, you have a problem at home where you can ask support for your mother or father, family members, and or the people who can support your home affairs And also the organizations, kind of welfare organizations in your company, how can they support you when you have a certain problems on board? So you have to think about what kind of a structure, support structures I have when I face problems on board. Yes, next slide, please. So we have to include education and training, how to provide the mentoring, and how to make an interrelationship, and also solidarity, and how to share emotions together. So without this kind of training, it is very hard for young people and seafarers who are isolated or will be isolated on board to keep resilience their jobs, to maintain their jobs in the future. Yes. And next slide, please. And also there are a lot of exercises that can happening on board. So this should be conducted with facilitators. So it also includes facilitator training. Yes, next slide, please. So all act strategies. So let's practice with me together. Yes, next slide, please. Let's remember all acts and how we can support others. Yes, next slide. First, ask. How are you? How do you feel today? And closely look, examine the situation, and listen to their stories and their problems, and act for them, act to support them, and check back. When you support, when you provide some action, you have to keep monitoring. It means check back. And also, we have to take care of ourselves. Yeah, this is all act. So this book provides how we can implement all act strategies in the school and on board. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, there are a lot of activities you can apply during your classroom. And next slide, please. And it's now summary. We have a lot of series of mental health training books for free. You can download from ICSTSM webpage. This is made by all of our committee members. And also, so the summary is, by working together with experts in this group, we can make a lot of improvement for the sustainable transportation, not only in terms of skills, according to the STCW, but also the inner health and mental well-being together. So this is not something we have to put aside. This is something we have to invite and think about together for the sustainable manpower and industry. Yes, next slide, please. So, yes, next slide, please. I hope to check the details later. So this is what ICSTSM is doing. We have a lot of projects for ICSTSM mental health and onboard training. And we also provide this kind of, how can I say, the programs through the onboard, the ICSTSM Distance Learning Platform. So if you have any good materials to share and best practices you want to share about the betterment, about the sustainable transportation for the seafarers, we really hope you to share your ideas and thoughts through our platform and offline network. Yes, next slide, please. So you can freely download this book, and I really hope you to apply in your shipping company and your training institutions in the future as a part of your training programs. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, I would like to express my appreciation to listen to my presentation, and I really hope this is the chance of changing the direction of our education a bit more, the humanism. Thank you very much. One more word. I practiced a lot. Binika Eka Bhakti Samudra.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Choi, for your keynote speech. Please stay still, though. Okay. Yeah. So as the recognitions and also the appreciations from the ICSTSM organizing committee, we would like to give a token of appreciations to our keynote speaker, Dr. Seng Hee Choi. So in this occasion, we would like to welcome Bapak Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi as the conference chair of ICSTSM to give a token of appreciations to Dr. Choi. So the first token of appreciation will be the certificate, Pak. Applause for the audience, please. And the next token of appreciation is the goodie bag, special goodie bag from the Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang. The placard first. Okay, and the next is city. So before Professor Carrie delivering her speech, let me read her profile first. So Carrie Brown is the Professor of Employment and Industry in the School of Business and Law at the Edith Cowan University, Perth, Australia. So she is immediate past president and a board member since 2016 of the Australia and New Academy of Management or ANZAM, and board member and program leader for the governance and organizational planning program of the Asset Institute. As an executive board member and also founding fellow of the International Society for Engineering Asset Management or ICSTSM since 2007. Member Standard Australia Mirror Committee Assets Management since 2009 and a member of International Standard of Organization ISO TC 251 to develop an international standard of ISO 55000. So for physical assets and asset system has significant expertise in assets management. So Professor Brown has researched and published in the area of infrastructure management, including the transportation management, strategy, policy, and also practice. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Professor Carrie Brown from Edith Cowan University, Australia. Okay, good afternoon, Prof. Brown. How are you?
Hello, Santi.
Okay, great to
I'm
see
really
you.
well. Thank you.
All right. All right, so Prof. Brown, if you are ready, you may start to delivering your keynote speech. Please welcome.
You want me to share the screen?
The committee from here will operate the screen for you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, welcome everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I wanted to talk about the issue of safety, and my talk is about safe and sound transport system sustainability and safety in the world of autonomous vehicles. And I wanted to just share some of our research with you from at Edith Cowan University that was supported by the Planning and Transport Research Centre based here in Western Australia. Thank you. So what is the issue? Our autonomous vehicles are becoming more and more prevalent. And for transport planners and government agencies, these technologies are quite challenging for them because they move beyond policy and regulatory processes more quickly than those processes can keep up with. And we need to have long-term and short-term planning to be able to plan for this future. So what are we thinking about when we're thinking about autonomous vehicles? Well, the impact of autonomous vehicles in our study, we wanted to look at, well, what happens as we build up to greater autonomy in our vehicles? And what happens when every vehicle is autonomous? How do we understand what we need for that? And how are we planning for that future? And so we looked at 6 management areas that are supported by the International Standards Organization Asset Management Standards from 2014. And those areas are covered in those 6 that I have identified. So what are we talking about when we're thinking about autonomous vehicles? These are vehicles that may include electric vehicles, but also cars, buses, trucks, light rail. And so we're looking at the level of automation that is from no automation to fully automated. And so there are a number of standards around the world that talk about these levels. And level 5 is the one that we'll be talking about, level 1 to 5, looking at from no autonomy to fully autonomous at level 5. Now, the other element of autonomous vehicles are connected autonomous vehicles. And these have cloud computing where they can do amazing interactions with the ICT network. And we see more and more that cars, vehicles are able to connect in to the network. And what does that mean? It means that they are able to look at simply live traffic information and understand what's happening to freeways and roads. And there's also automated crash notifications. Again, that's a safety element. But the other aspect is that those vehicles can talk to each other and they can talk to other services. And this is an interesting, can it go somewhere else and be parked elsewhere? So we're really trying to is with us now. How do we understand what are the implications for that? And how do we move forward with our planning? Next slide, thank you. And so this is where we see in the literature that it may make transportation actually less of an individual issue and more of a shared issue. And we see this with mobility as a service, and we see this as ride sharing, and we see this in terms of micro mobility in the city and the ubiquitous scooters everywhere. So we can see that we are able to build more efficiencies into our traffic management and build more amenity into our cities, perhaps. So if you move to the next slide. This is what I talked about with the autonomous vehicle driving taxonomy from 0 to 5, which is full automation. So it shows the levels along the way. And in fact, we have vehicles at level 5, particularly on mining sites, that they have fully autonomous vehicles because it is a closed system. And I'll talk a little bit more about that aspect of the fact that there's a closed system and these mines have been able to introduce fully autonomous vehicles. There's 3 and 4. We are at the moment, we have vehicles at levels 3 and 4, but often our rules, and I talked about the policy and regulations before, they don't allow us to use level 4 automation, even though there's capability, and that's the lagging part of our policy and regulations. Singapore, in a list that was put out, is actually considered to be number one in the world in terms of autonomous vehicles. Next slide, thanks. So what this slide does is to show where the opportunity lies with and the point at which we are able to make a disruption or an intervention in AV adoption. So we're looking at understanding the way in which we can build the technology into our community and into our economy. And these are points at which we need to think about in terms of regulatory processes, in terms of customers and clients who may have and buy vehicles. And my PhD student at the moment is looking at particularly that element about people in the community, because unless people are assured of safety and an ability to utilize that technology, it's not going to necessarily be adopted. And so it's not just about having the technology at your fingertips, but about making sure that people come along for the journey. And if they don't, then, and the technology isn't utilized, it could we could lose some of the positive benefits of that. There is a reluctance of governments to have fully automated vehicles that are driverless. And this is one of the issues around the world where there has been some accidents, where there have been people killed in accidents between vehicles that are autonomous and not autonomous. So this idea of risk and safety is extremely important to have community confidence in the autonomous vehicle being in the community. Now, some areas will allow, particularly in the US, there's a number of states that allow autonomous vehicles, but they must have a driver available. And so this movement to the 100% autonomous vehicle that we looked at in our research is a very big tipping point. It's understanding at what point are we going to have level 5 in our communities, and what is it going to take to make that happen in a safe and secure way that builds trust in the community. So for us, that's the mix of issues that we were dealing with and that we're dealing with as a community. Next slide, thank you. And so what we wanted to do was to look at, well, let's get some expert advice here. So we got a number of experts who could talk about this, and we ran what we called a policy Delphi to see, can we get the broadest dispersion of views and come back into consensus and see where we can't get consensus, and what are those strong issues that we need to be thinking about as an issue in terms of autonomous vehicle adoption and the policy that needs to wrap around it. And so we undertook this policy Delphi over 2 stages, and I'll just talk about some of the results. Next slide. So this is where, what are the changes that will be resulting from the autonomous vehicles? And we looked at the blue line is 100% is under 100%, and the green line is at 100% uptake. Sorry, blue line 100%, green uptake, and there's mostly following with a slight lag in the ideas that are put forward, except for AV and the ability to have new roads. There's an idea that even though the vehicles improve telematics. They will impact and ease congestion, particularly be useful in reducing vehicle accidents. That it's and that it will be available to people. The idea that it will require new roads is not there yet. And I think that this is an interesting aspect for us, because it may, in fact, at the 100%, it may, in fact, that we mean that we do require new kinds of roads. But our experts at this particular time see for the future that there won't necessarily be a need for new roads. Everything can be built into our smart freeways and our smart roads. So that, to me, was an interesting finding. The next one shows our stakeholder expectations. And what this means is that most of the interactions will be that there will be changes in driver behaviour. There will be increased road user expectations about the road and its ability to support the connected and autonomous vehicle, that autonomous vehicles will have interaction with those electric micro-mobility such as scooters. And what we would be expecting is that there will be an upskilling in the workforce in road asset management. So all of that was agreed with and expected at the highest level of agreement. However, the fact that the connected and autonomous vehicle will require less stringent road standards is an interesting one for us to think about when we look at that uptake at 100% or even less than 100%. Next slide. The issue of risk management, and as I mentioned, that there's a lot of interest in risk management, and there was not as much agreement in the idea that AVs will create a common database and sharing of data. And so this one was an interesting one. There's a great agreement with the experts that we will need increasing protection in cybersecurity, that we will need safety strategies to be able to deal with the connected and autonomous vehicles, and that there will definitely be a saving in lives, that it will be safer to have connected and autonomous vehicles because of their ability to connect with each other and have quicker response times and more alert response times. And the other aspect is that there will be non-driving tasks for the primary occupant, so that it's not just about driving. And this comes to the point of whether or not we need licenses, and the really interesting point about expanding mobility options for those who are older and for those who are not able to drive at the moment because of some physical disability. And so this opens up a huge opportunity for us to be able to see what we can offer the community in terms of more driving and more shared driving together. Next slide. With policy and autonomous vehicles, this is also a more difficult one to get consensus on. So there is consensus on the fact that there will be new freight policies and strategies to be put in place to be able to move freight. And there was an expectation that autonomous vehicles will be really helpful in freight. There was also a huge agreement that there's a requirement for national standards. And in Australia, with 6 states and 2 territories, that we don't have an easy way forward to get national standardization. But this one was considered to be extremely important to start to develop national standards so that we can deal with autonomous vehicles on a national scale. Then the other ones that weren't so well agreed to was that there perhaps we still will have high levels of occupancy rate, that it won't necessarily affect car occupancy rate, and that there won't necessarily be changes in road standards. And will autonomous vehicles facilitate incentives for those who use shared vehicles? So there was a weight of evidence that perhaps those weren't as well agreed to, but that freight and national standards were really important. So what are the challenges? Next slide, thanks. Well, we have micro-mobility and mobility as a service. Their interaction may lead to reconsider how we look at that transport space and transport integration. At the moment, car driving is preeminent. We need a lot more policy development and planning processes in place, and it shows that we don't have a lot of consensus amongst the experts at this point, and that many of the opportunities in terms of safety, traffic congestion, and efficient use of contested urban space are expected to be realised only when the transition is full autonomy. And that will take a very long time to be able to get to that trust and situation where we have fully autonomous vehicle at that level 5. Thank you. Next slide. So one of the biggest issues is a national coordinated framework and a way in which we can deal with that digital infrastructure, particularly around cyber security, to be able to at least get people to think through what we need in cyber threats and to put in mitigation strategies as a result of that. Next slide, thank you. So in conclusion, is it safe and sound? Yes, at 100%. If it all goes well, we are safe and sound in our autonomous vehicles. We need a policy environment that wraps around it, and that we need a way forward with the 100% with safety concerns, in that there's step to that 100%, and fully automated vehicles is a very difficult one for communities to take. There are challenges because there's already vehicles that are up to level 4 and level 5 and people willing to try them out. And so we need policy and regulatory processes to wrap around that desire to be able to have autonomous vehicles, particularly as the mining industry in closed situations has already taken that step. Next slide. Thank you so much. I would like to acknowledge Professor Hadrian Jajadikata from Curtin University, Associate Professor Ferry G from Edith Cowan University, and Dr. Shubha Parida from the University of South Australia for their contributions to the research team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Carrie Brown. Thank you so much for the very insightful speech about the transport system, sustainability, and safety, of course. Okay, so we will continue as the recognitions and also the appreciation from the ICSTSM committee would like to give a token of appreciations to our keynote speaker, Professor Carrie. Okay, in this occasion, we would like to Dr. Captain Tri Cahyadi as the conference chair of ICSTSM and also the director of PIP Semarang to give a token of appreciations to Professor Carrie Brown. Thank you so much once again, Professor Carrie Brown, in supporting the ICSTSM 2023 and looking forward for a future collaboration, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you so
so much.
much.
It's, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so once again, we would like again to remind to all the on-site in the auditorium and also the online through the Zoom platforms to please kindly prepare the questions to all of our keynote speakers that will be happen later at the discussion sessions. So next, I would like to continue to the next keynote speaker. So the next keynote speaker, we will welcome Professor Ari Purbayanto, PhD, the Director of the Executive Board of the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, or BAN-PT. So before Professor Ari deliver his speech, allow me to read his profile first. Professor Ari Purbayanto was appointed as a young lecturer at the Faculty of Fishery at IPB University in 1990, and he then received a Monbuso Scholarship from the Japanese Ministry of Education for continuing the master and also doctoral program in the field of marine science and technology at Tokyo University of Fisheries, Japan from 1994 until 2000. So upon his return from Japan, he actively carried out teaching, research, and community service tasks. Various research activities that he carried out received financial support from national and international research grants. So from these research activities, more than 100 scientific publications have been published in the national as well as the international journals. So with 730 citations indexed in the Google Scholars, and in 2005, he invented the machine for separating fish meat and bone that has been implemented through community service activities. And he got a professorship in the field of fishing technology from IPB University in June 2007 at a relatively young age. So without further ado, we would like to invite Professor Ari Purbayanto, PhD. Please welcome, Prof. Yes, Professor Ari, the time is yours.
Wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator, for introduce me. And in this auspicious occasion, I'd like to share my ideas and also views about green maritime transportation and the challenge of Indonesian archipelago countries. So please allow me to share my slides here. Okay, can you see clearly?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. My outline presentation is the introduction, zero emission, green maritime transportation, as ASEAN shipping lane, Indonesia port vision and challenge. This image may look like a bumpy ocean, but it really is highway. The Indonesian President Jokowi called it the sea toll road. Talking about the zero emission, ship emission are one of the last major ship users, of course, in the world. You still see my slide presentation because here in okay, it's okay, yeah, okay. It is responsible for around 940 million tons of dioxide annually, and over 3% of global greenhouse gas or GHG emission. And based on third IMO GNG study, it is estimated that the emission could increase up to 25%, 250% by 2050. The IMO GHG reduction strategy in 2018 objective include reducing shipping emission by 50% in 2050. Okay. Next, the International Maritime Organization (IMO) has introduced rule aimed at reducing harmful sulfur oxide, carbon dioxide, and others greenhouse gas or GNG emission from ships. Initial IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emission from ships was adopted to enhance IMO's contribution to global effort in reducing GHG emission from international shipping in 2018. Then the low sulfur mandate in 2020, the short-term decarbonization deadline in 2033, the midterm decarbonization deadline in 2030, and then the long-term annual GHG reduction deadline in 2050. Energy efficiency is considerably important topic these days. Every sector strives towards sustainability by adopting the technology of or burning less fossil fuel. The biggest source of GNGs in maritime transportation is burning of fuel to generate energy. If one uses less energy, it will not only save the cost of energy, but also contribute to fewer pollution in the environment. Several aspects that can accelerate its realization of green maritime transportation are regulatory measure, alternative fuels, efficient technology, ship, and also port, the ESG or environmental, social, and governance power, carbon pricing, and sustainability into shipping company business model. Environmentally friendly alternative fuel can actually be used in the maritime transportation sector. This alternative fuel can be LNG, hydrogen, battery, and green methanol. The shipping industry has ranked LNG high as a fossil fuel ban.
Kita berbanyak.
Green hydrogen with zero carbon emission, which is produced by using renewable energy. Batteries provide ability to store electricity critical for the use of ship propulsion. Recent technology in the batteries such as lithium ion have made it possible for battery power propulsion system to be engineered for smaller ships. Green methanol is produced using only renewable energy sources, ensuring that no harmful gases are emitted into the atmosphere. This slide shows seawater batteries with common electrodes as the energy source for fishing land of live net fishery. In the field of marine fisheries technology, I give an example of research and innovation of green energy by using seawater's battery to generate a fishing line for capturing fish. This is the newly innovation that created by a lecturer from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirta Yasa in Banten. And the next, this slide show you the evolution of marine fuel usage until 1800 use wind as propulsion medium between 1800 to 1950 use steam as a propulsion medium. From 1930 to today was using HFO as a propulsion fuel, and from 2015 onward was using LNG as a propulsion fuel. This slide show you a model of the green ships. This green ships implements efficient technologies such as a fuel optimization system, optimized cooling system, solar cell system, rig cell system, as well as advanced radar and propeller. And then the next slide, this slide show a green port model that provide efficient technology such as waste management and ecology, IoT, and smart port management, as well as alternative fuel. This slide show you the efficient technology used in ship and port. You can see here the illustration figure that the use of efficient technologies can prevent collision, optimize road planning, and improve fleet management. And I'm going to explain carbon pricing. Carbon pricing corrects that market failure by pricing the social cost of carbon, which are the negative externalities related to the use of fossil fuel, including the damage that result from emitting additional carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Emission trading system, or ETS, and carbon tax both are type of carbon pricing. The slide show look so I'm sorry. So the slide show three important aspects of realizing green maritime transportation. These aspects are environmental, social, and government. Each aspect has several criteria and explained in the figure. For example, climate change strategy, biodiversity, water efficiency, etc. for the environmental criterion. And this is the location I'm going to explain about the carbon pricing. This is carbon pricing, as I already explained before. So the slide show the location that are using carbon pricing. Here below are the group of countries and institutions that implements ETS only, and also ETS and carbon tax here, and carbon tax only. This slide show table 2, a study on the emission reduction potential of slow steaming induced by carbon pricing. Carbon price could potentially influence the speed reduction of ship. It translates directly into emission reduction. From the studies indicate up to 50% potential emission reduction depending on the carbon price level and the prevailing fuel price. The emission reducing effect of carbon pricing are more significant if the geographical coverage of the carbon price is global. And next here, so the pillar of sustainable shipping initiative consisting of the ocean, communities, people, transparency, finance, and energy. The roadmap to a sustainable shipping industry is a resource for stakeholders across the shipping value chain, offering practical guidance by setting out milestones to address present and future sustainability challenges. Through SIG vision area encompassing different aspects of sustainable shipping. It provides a mechanism through which shipping stakeholders can direct effort and review the progress. And this slide show you the ASEAN shipping lanes and the main seaport. Indonesia and Vietnam are the top two ports with double-digit growth. The main seaport of Indonesia is the port of Tanjung Priok, and Vietnam is Saigon New Port. The port of Tanjung Priok, Indonesia, is number 27 in the global rank, while Saigon Port, Vietnam, is number 24, and Singapore Port is the highest rank in ASEAN and number 2 in the global. Okay, and the next slide, I'm sorry, the internet, sorry, the internet is problem here. I'm sorry, okay, I will back to, I'm sorry, this is problem my internet, okay. So, jump to, okay, here. Let's show please. Okay. Why cannot? Okay, why cannot? Okay, wait a moment, please. Okay. Okay, this is Indonesia and Vietnam have a smaller freight ship size than other ASEAN countries, and also the Asian of freight. In the term of freight ship age, most of the ASEAN countries, including Indonesia, operates older ship age more than 20 years old. So you can look the figure here. So Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Thailand, they operate the older ships more than 20 years old. And this is slide show the Indonesian port vision for 2030. The vision is an efficient, competitive, and responsive of port system to support domestic and international trade and promote economic growth and the development area. The Indonesian government is trying to implement the design of a sea toll route program to address several issues related to the distribution of cargo and to decrease price disparities. The design involved 24 strategic ports spread out from the west to the east of Indonesia. After 4 years of implementation, the sea toll road has positive impact, including the decline of prices in the range of 15 to 25% in Indonesia's eastern region. Logistic distribution through sea transport increased by 41 million tons in the last 3 years, reducing basic commodity prices in remote areas. And this slide shows research on the challenges to green maritime transportation according to Butar 2023. The shipping companies plan for its use as an alternative fuel was limited only 35%. Approximately 45% of the respondents intend to use LNG, while 5% use other alternatives such as ethanol, methanol, and hydrogen. The remaining 14% and 9% intend to use electricity and LNG respectively. In the closing talk, I would like to expand the concept of challenges to green maritime transportation given by Rosenberg 2022. Green maritime transportation can be realized towards four aspects, namely technical, regulatory, and then economic and financial, and social. Technical aspect include limit to technological fit, limit to land-based infrastructure, and system integration. Regulatory aspect include the maritime industry not included in NDCS 2050 strategy, market distortion, and market failures to regulatory adoption, financial and regulatory uncertainties, and restriction on regulatory investment. Economic and financial aspects, including institutional and political risk, barrier to doing business, limited financing opportunity, and low affordability. And the last social aspect include low curiosity and awareness, potential loss income and income preference for traditional use pattern, and skill shortage. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, and I come back to the moderator.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So once again, thank you so much, Prof. Ari Purbayanto, PhD, for the insightful speech. So as the recognitions and also the appreciations from the ICSTSM committee, would like to give a token of appreciations to Professor Ari Purbayanto, PhD. So please welcome again Bapak Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi as the Conference Chair of ICSTSM and also the Director of Polytechnic Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang.
Terima kasih Pak Tri. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So once again, Professor Ari Purbayanto in supporting the ICSTSM 2023.
Just for VIP.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still moving on because we still have another two keynote speakers. So we will have another two keynote speakers. So next, for the next keynote speaker, please let us welcome Dr. Kapten Anthony Arif Priyadi, Master of Science as the Senior Advisor to the Minister for Transportation on Regional and Environment on Transportation, concurrently Acting Director General of Sea Transportations. So before Dr. Kapten Anthony delivering his keynote speech, allow me to read his profile. Dr. Kapten Anthony Arif Priyadi, a Master of Science, concurrently acting Director General of Sea Transportation, Ministry of Transportation. He took a formal education undergraduate in nautical studies from the Maritime Education and Training Center, now we all know as the PIP Semarang. So Master of Science in Marine Science from World Maritime University and also doctoral degree in Civil Engineering from the University of Indonesia. And also he is the doctor in Computer Engineering, specialization on automations from the University of Le Havre, France. And while for professional education, he has studied as Marine Corps Officer 2 at PLAP Jakarta and a Level 1 Nautical Expert from STIP Jakarta. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Dr. Kapten Anthony Arif Priyadi, Master of Science. Selamat siang, Bapak. Oke, Bapak Dr. Kapten Anthony, Pak, if you already stand by, would you please to open the camera, Pak, in your laptop or in your device? So here the audience in the on-site, in the auditorium of PIP Semarang can see you, and also the online participants also can see you also. Pak Anthony, can you hear my voice, Pak? Okay. Okay, so after Bapak Dr. Kapten Anthony, we still have one more keynote speaker. Okay, all right. So Bapak Dr. Kapten Anthony, can you hear my voice, Pak? If you can hear my voice, perhaps you may say something first, Pak, to open your session. Perhaps you can check also the audio setting in your Zoom. You can unmute first the microphone in the Zoom.
Halo, cek sound.
Okay, alright. Halo,
Ya,
selamat
I
siang,
have.
Bapak.
Ya, selamat siang. Saya sudah menunggu dari tadi. Tidak diberi akses untuk unmute.
Pak Anthony, sudah ready?
Cek sound.
Yes,
Cek
yes,
sound.
clear. Yes,
Ya.
clear, Pak. Perfect, Pak.
Ya.
Okay,
Ya,
please
saya
welcome.
sudah. Ya, saya sudah menunggu akses unmute-nya nggak dikasih akses, jadi baru dikasih.
Okay, please welcome,
Oke.
Bapak.
Ya, thank you very much, moderator, Madam Santi Ramawati. Good morning, and then it's not good morning anymore. Good afternoon, moderator, Pak Direktur College, and also the participant. For the my session, before I start, of course, I may say hello to Prof. Nasagawa, my ex-professor Dr. Seung Hee Choi, Prof. Kerry Brown, my college, my friend Prof. Ari Purbayanto, and others keynote speaker. And let me I start with pantun ya, supaya nggak stres. Daun salam dari Pulau Peniki, yang menjawab salam, insya Allah banyak rezeki.
Amin.
Yeah, the title of my presentation is the what we call by the sustainable transportation and safety management. Of course, I have two agenda on this presentation. The first agenda is eco port, and then the second agenda is green shipping. Because when we talking about the green transportation on the sea, at least there are two components: the port itself and also the ship itself. On the next slide, I would like to share to all of you, the participant, regarding the situation of the port in Indonesia. On the next slide, the existing port, total number of existing port is 636 port in Indonesia, consists of non-commercial port around 534 ports and then 102 commercial port. In addition, we have also 63 public terminals. And then if we see on this chart, we still have to develop around 1,322 ports. So this is really big country with a lot of port that we need to develop. Regarding the eco port, actually, on the next slide, mention what is the eco port actually. EcoPort is sometimes called by the green port, sometimes called by the ecological port. Actually, a spot within the scope of sustainable development, which is not only requirement of the environment aspect, but also to raise the economic part. It means whatever we call eco port or sometimes green port and so on, is not the concern merely on the environment, but also the other aspect. The four pillar of eco port, if I may mention, the first thing regarding the compliance, fulfillment of all regulatory requirement in the environmental field. And then also the management system, the pillar of green initiative, and then on the end, this is quite important, the pillar of the stakeholder. Not only the port itself, they should prepare to become eco port, but the stakeholder supposed to be involved to support the fulfillment regulation in the environmental sector and implementation green initiative port. General concept of EcoPort on the right hand side, if you may see on the bottom that there are two what we call by the goal and measurements and then the program aspect. This is on the detail that actually we need to prepare this thing. The Ministry of Transport through Directorate General C of Transportation issued the Decree of Directorate General C Transportation KP number 689 2022 regarding the technical guideline for EcoPort. This is actually on the next slide. We have already issued that the regulation, the GST decree regarding the technical guideline on the EcoPort. Actually, there is 10. There is a lot of things that we need to concern regarding the technical guideline. For instance, on the left-hand side, we may see the institutional development and EcoPort culture. It means that on the technical guideline, the establishment of the EcoPort institution at the port, not only merely the organization, but we need also to build the culture, the formation of the EcoPort culture in the port. If we build this culture, mean also that we need to have the human resource that are really aware regarding the EcoPort. The second thing regarding air quality management. The third thing, quality of consumption water management. The fourth one is ship and port waste management. The fifth one is energy and climate change management. The sixth one is bahan berbahaya B3 and contaminated land management, including dredging, reclamation, and development management. Traffic and noise management are also part of this cluster on 10 cluster on EcoPort. Again, the quite important is relationship with local community management. And then the last cluster is native habitat, valuable sites, and green open space management. This is what we actually prepare, issued in a decree number 689 regarding technical guideline of EcoPort. What is actually the implementation of this EcoPort? That we may see Port of Long Beach, for instance, or Sydney Port or Shanghai Green Port, they categorized as the EcoPort abroad. In Indonesia, we have like, for instance, the Teluk Lamong Terminal East Java. This port is actually the first port in Indonesia that we categorize as the EcoPort. You may visit this port someday. Yeah, to see that Teluk Lamong is the model of the EcoPort in Indonesia. The reduction of emission of carbon they done, energy saving, for instance, They change the usual light, common lighting with the light emitted diode or LED using solar cell and so on. Also, another facilities like the management truss, incinerator, early water spreader, and etc. The second theme regarding the green shipping, green transportation is green shipping, which actually how the marine transport support in reduction the emission. Have a look on the constellation, the number of the ship at Indonesia at the moment today. In 2022, on the end 2022, nearly 100,000 vessels registered in our database. This is a quite a lot number, not small number. Categorized as the passenger ships, around 4,796 vessels, and then for the fishing vessel around 50,000, and then the cargo is also around the 45,000. In total, is nearly 100,000 vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, on the next slides, we may see here that the IMO in 2017, they announced 3 ways that could be done to reduce the emission. The first one is regarding energy efficiency design index or EEDE. EEDE actually as an index that measures the energy efficiency of the ship based on its fuel consumption per unit of tonnage and distance travel. AD is set by the International Maritime Organization as part of the for its effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission from the ships. Some example of how to improve the energy efficiency of ship, for instance, using more efficient engine, as mentioned by Prof. Ari Purbayanto. The engine is more efficient. Using more efficient propulsion system, for instance. Using more aerodynamic hulls. If you may see today, a lot of ship, actually, the hull is quite new and amazing. And then using energy management system, also using renewable energy technology. The second things that IMO advise that energy efficiency operational and ship energy efficiency management plan. This one is mandatory for the ships, yeah, to provide, yeah, to implement the SEEMP, ship energy efficiency operational and ship energy efficiency management plan for the ship, all ships 400 gross tons and above engaged in international voyage. So on the SMPP, voyage plannings and optimization is ruled there with the routing, speed optimizations, hull and proper maintenance, engine management, and also waste heat recovery and so on. The third thing regarding the market-based measurement that consider carbon market operational measures. This is quite look like market is not only now for the food, but also for the carbon. This is new thing that we need to go in detail regarding the carbon market. The other things for support the decarbonization is the what we call by the project or program glow fouling on the next slide. This glow fouling actually just we have a meeting in the last 2 months in Surabaya. This IMO initiated activity in collaboration with the Global Environment Facility and also United Nations Development Program UNDP. Even look like glow fouling is to minimize the transfer of aquatic species through biofouling. or to minimize the development of aquatic organism underwater on the hull, but actually when the hull is clean surface and so on, will make the ship more efficient because the resistance is also reduced to minimize. And then the partner of this glue fouling program project is Indonesia and also Philippines in the Southeast Asia region. So Indonesia have done several action. For instance, for the National Task Force, we have the decree of Directorate General of Transportation regarding the what we should have on the glove folding. And then one of the institute that we appoint as the BP3IP as National Institute has conducted general training course of management of biofolding. The next one is how we also maybe reduce the emission that we try, we advise and also we do that onshore power supply or shore connection at the several commercial port and also with the terminal. This one means that when the ship come to the port, they do not use their generator self to provide the electricity, but they just plug their cable to the onshore power supply. For instance, in Jakarta, in Terminal 3, on the next slide, mentioned regarding the two number of mounting point in the Tanjung Priok, also in the TUKS, TPKS in the Jawa Tengah, on East Java, also in Central Kalimantan, the number of service at the moment is in 20 terminal with the 52 point, and then we may increase this one soon as the action to reduce the emission. The mitigation action step implemented by the government of Indonesia on the next slide, I just resume of this thing. For instance, the category for the mitigation action, energy efficiency, that the mitigation action is ship modernization and ship recycle. Directorate General of Sea Transportation at the moment plan to build a new ship with the modern technology, and also to replace the existing ship with the more efficient ship. And then also the GST also give the permit for the certain trade dock to be used as the ship recycling. And then the second thing regarding the utilization of new renewable energy, as I mentioned earlier, implementation onshore power supply or UPS, energy efficiency, as I also already mentioned, using the SEAMP. Energy efficiency also categorized by energy efficiency using the implementation of certification anti-fouling system, that glue fouling is the base for the anti-fouling system certification. And then the utilization of new renewable energy, we have electrification loading unloading port facility, and then utilization of solar panel system, and then also utilization of biofuel for ship using FAME, fatty acid methyl ester. I really to share to all of you that for the vessel, at the moment they use B40. Oh, sorry, P35 for the biosolar biofuel, P35 for the all the ships national flag. And then also a tonification renewable energy power. Participant, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with the challenge on this two agenda. The first one is regarding the optimization of maintenance and monitoring system under the EcoPort challenge. Really that the optimization of maintenance and monitoring system for eco-friendly technology infrastructure, especially in the area of water treatment, for instance. and renewable energy system is quite important. This actually will help to ensure that the system operates optimally and effectively to reduce environmental impact. The second thing on the EcoPod challenges is the development of skill and competencies of sustainable human resource. So this is quite important. The technology may be green. It doesn't mean that people are so green. But we need to bring awareness that also Prof. Ari mentioned on his presentation regarding the awareness of society. Include on this challenge actually is human resource strategy, how to develop the skill and competencies related to sustainable practices such as training staff in the use of environmentally friendly technology. For the green shipping challenges, there are two issues. The first one is always talking about operational efficiency versus environmental sustainability. When we see this one, actually we need to balancing the need of for operational efficiency with environmental sustainability. We need the balancing between this one. Some green technology, while reducing emission, may impact also the speed and the efficiency of vessel, and potentially affecting schedules and profitability. The second challenge is crew training and expertise. A lot of keynote before me mentioned regarding human element and so on. The adoption of the green technology often require crew members to be trained in new equipment and practices. Ensuring this one is quite important for the PIP Semarang, for instance, to prepare the new system, new laboratory, new simulator. The future is only LNG for the alternative fuel, LNG, hydrogen, methanol, and so on. The marine diesel will be in time will be not used anymore. So we need also to prepare now for them to train in alternative fuel, for instance, with the new technology. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the listening my presentation, and then of course welcome if we have some question to be discussed with me. Thank you very much, moderator. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much once again, Bapak Dr. Kapten Antoni Arif Priyadi. Thank you so much, Pak. We will have the discussion after one more keynote speakers ya, Pak ya. So, as the recognitions and also the appreciation from the ICSTSM committee, would like to give a token of appreciations to Dr. Kapten Antoni Arif Priyadi, Master of Science. In this occasion, once again, please welcome Bapak Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi as the Conference Chair of ICSTSM and the Director of Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Kapten Antoni. Thank you so much for supporting this ICSTSM 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Pak Direktur.
Okay, let us move on to our last keynote speaker. So please welcome Captain Kasim Masood from the Nautical Institute, United Kingdom. But before Captain Kasim Masood delivering his keynote speech, allow me to read his profile first. Captain Kasim Masood is the Nautical Institute's head of Qualification Marine and Offshore, and is responsible for dynamic position certification and training center accreditation with 25 plus years of experience working in the maritime and offshore industry. So before joining the Nautical Institute, Captain Masood worked with Lyell Register from 2005 until 2018 as a senior technical specialist or surveyor in marine and offshore, and was responsible for marine and offshore assets. So Captain Masood was also the Lyell Register Class Project Manager for the world's largest FLNG offshore asset, Shell Prelude, which was 500,000 GT and is now stationed at Prelude Field, Australia. FPSO Glen Lyell BP project, and now stationed at North Sea, UK, and many more. So without further ado, we would like to invite Captain Kasim Masud, Master of Science, MRINA, AFNA. Okay, welcome Captain Kasim. How are you?
Hi, good morning, and thank you very much, Ms. Santi. Almost afternoon now. As you said, I would say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all of you. Just a sound check. Can you hear me? If all can hear me clearly?
Yes, so we will
Yes, sir.
operate. Yes, so we will operate the slides for you, Prof.
No, I think I'm changing my slide. Yes, I think I'm maintaining my slide here, so I can control from myself. No problem.
Okay.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. Keep on. I think we are running quite late on the time schedule, so sorry to keep you guys waiting. A very informative speech and lectures from other presenters. Good morning again. I'm Qasim Issoul, head of the qualification Meridian Offshore at the Nautical Institute. Madam Santi, thank you for the opportunity to speaking here at this today's event. I'm meeting remotely at the ICSTS conference. Sorry, I can't be there in person. I know how important it is to discuss in person and added value to exchange ideas face to face. Inshallah, some of the time. Before I move to the topic, I would like to give you a wider context of what we do as an organization and how we interact in the maritime community. Moving on, consider where we sit as an organization and how we decide what we should do. We are the registered charity in the United Kingdom, and charity need to know what they are going to do. We consider these areas where the continued contribution to a wider community. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals help provide a backdrop to help focus on the issues. And some of them are important issues shared here. We are non-governmental organization at the IMO and regularly attend there. And in fact, our office is just 6 to 8 minutes walk from the International Maritime Organization headquarters. Let's talk about the issue, green industry, pollution, shipping industry is slow to change, IMO revised strategy. The international shipping industry is entering the biggest period of change since the transition from sail to steam. A green industrial revolution, also known the fourth industrial revolution. Some statistics that you may well be familiar with. The maritime industry is responsible for 3% of global emissions. But the critics say the industry has been slow to tackle the problem and need to make significant change to reduce its environmental impact. Since the Paris Agreement was ratified in 2015, the IMO has stepped up in effort to tackle climate change by reducing CO2 emission from ships. The revised strategy sets specific targets, recommendation including indicative checkpoints from 2008 baseline. Most of them you know by now, of reducing emission by at least 20% by striving for 30% by 2030, reducing emission 70%, striving for 80% by 2040, and reaching net zero by or around, that is close to 2050, qualified by whether national circumstances allow. Green fuels. Let's talk about the green fuels. LPG, methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, fuel cells, and nuclear. LNG has a very low sulfur content, and using it as a fuel will result in a better air quality at the point of emission. However, methane slippage is a factor. If methane slip is not controlled, environmental benefits are reduced and can cancel out the advantages over traditional bunker fuel. It is also contained a cryogenic temperature which is minus 165 degrees Celsius with expensive associated construction and handling concern. And LPG is if a mixture of propane and butane is liquefied form. As a fuel, it provides a reduction in CO2 emissions when compared with the heavy fuel oil and like LNG. The use of LNG larger eradicates sulfur emission from fuel burn. As with LNG, there is an issue of slippage. As with the LNG, LPG storage required larger tank capacity. Methanol. Methanol has the lowest carbon content of any liquid fuel and is considered a clean burning fuel and can substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions, making methanol a storage candidate for alternative fuel. It also requires more storage capacity, typically 2.5 times more volume than existing fuels. It also simpler to handle. Ammonia is carbon-free, and the announcement of the large-scale hydrogen production facilities will allow for the production of green ammonia. Due to the corrosion nature of substances, it would require a redesign of current engine technology. Ammonia does present handling and storage challenges, requiring expensive tank construction materials, Teflon seals. There is also health and safety issue to the crew and the surrounding port locality through loss of containment. Ammonia requires a storage capacity of around 2.5 times that of current fuel in use. Hydrogen. Hydrogen is seen a real alternate to existing fuel as a ship fuel. It can be stored as a cryogenic liquid, which is minus 253 degrees Celsius, or a compressed gas. Hydrogen production produces zero carbon dioxide emissions and could eliminate emission of greenhouse gases from ships. However, storage of liquefied hydrogen takes 5 times the space of traditional fuel, and as a gas increases to 15 times the equivalent volume. Whilst it is a potential solution, there is an inherent risk associated with the liquid hydrogen when it would involve more complex training regime. Fuel cells class B, we recently published a new rule addressing safety of ship fuel cells. Apparently, their cells can emit toxic and explosive gases and generate hotspots that require specific safety monitoring and firefighting precautions. The nuclear option has re-emerged as a possible solution. It is proven technology. Past failures have been helped new high technology innovation for power productions. There is ongoing research in all modules with the new reactor designs such as molten salt reactors, also known as Current strategies and development. So what is happening at this time with alternate vessels? The world's first liquefied hydrogen carrier LH Frontier is now complete and in operation. There are several proposals for ammonia-powered vessels. There are currently none under construction. However, there are expected to start coming online in the next guidelines become more clearer. There are several new in operation and construction, plus container ships are quite well known. Then, the proposed alternative are viable. However, there are present hazards to the mariner and potentially to the port locality. There are serious issues of effective crew training to be indicated along with stringent maintenance procedures specific to the fuel. And there is a whole concept of vessel and system design Finally, they also are present serious financial risks to the ship owners, as yet there is no obvious passage for ship owners to what's to be done. The world target for decarbonization cannot be reached without a huge effort from the ship community and the delivery of the fourth propulsion revolution. Technologies and will the transformation. But it is the people working at shore who will make reality. To ensure the safety of our seafarers, standards will need that curriculum developed with them the knowledge. Uh, the object is to consider the knowledge and that might be assured and accredited to the global aspect consist standard. Along with the partners, the Nautical Institute green curriculum position paper set out the initial finding of the group and charts the way forward. The green curriculum is available from our website. Curriculum. So what is a green curriculum? STCW has been the backbone of the seafarers competencies at inception. Whilst there are focus on futures and the revision of STCW, it is unlikely to be achieved before 2028. Revised legislation and training provision and will make many years to accomplish. This potentially leaves us without a common standard, making it difficult to establish a consistent baseline of knowledge and safe operation. Moreover, without a clear universally standard, there is of fragmentation as different operators and providers adopt their own criteria, making it difficult for seafarers to transition in companies. Our key focus is on safety and people issues rather than construction and design. That is what our seafarers need to learn. Skills. This aspect of a specific firefighting technique, the application of sophisticated monitoring, well, bunkering requirements, we believe a common standard established. Sure. Nautical is currently represented at the Maritime Technology Forum, a group of flag state and classification societies, looking at the alternative training transition work on alternative school training standards. The recommendation from these part of STCW review said fusion. We cannot understand the people challenge that awaits us in the transition to green fuels. Knowledge and skills development have a historical short window training assessment provision. Moreover, the need done to a common standard that operators, charterers can have will require complete consultation and collaboration with people stakeholders as well as a good deal of initiative. The green curriculum we have begun to get this work. That's all about the green curriculum. Truly globally. Just wanted to tell us we are a membership organization. We have almost 10,000 members all over the world, and we have 50 branches worldwide. Please visit our website for the more information. We also have a branch in Indonesia, as Indonesia is island nation. All about from my side, and thank you very much for having me. Over to you, Madam Santi.
Okay, once again, thank you so much, Captain Kasim Masood. Thank you so much. So we will continue after this for the discussion session, Captain. So before that, as the recognition and also appreciation from the ICSTSM committee, we would like to give a token of appreciations to you as the keynote speaker in the ICSTSM 2023. So in this occasion, we would like to welcome Bapak Dr. Kapten Tri Cahyadi as the conference chair of ICSTSM and also the director of Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Captain Kasim Masood, for supporting the ICSTSM 2023. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, and I'm be there 2024 in person.
Okay, thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest participants, attendees of ICSTSM, we already have our 6 keynote speakers, already delivering all the keynote speech materials, and later also the committee will share to all of you, the audience of the ICSTSM, later after the conference finish. Now we already received many questions coming from the participants in the Zoom platforms. And later, I will also ask from the audience here, from the on-site. Yes, I would like to, actually I want to invite you after, but it's okay. Dr. Choi already here. No, it's okay, here. Please welcome Dr. Choi, since Dr. Choi is already joining us on-site. Okay, so actually we already received a lot of questions from the participants, and also we also encourage all of the audience here, Bapak, Ibu, Kadet, untuk bisa menanyakan pertanyaan langsung kepada keynote speakers on site. Okay, so first I would like to go to the online question first. Okay, so the first question, Professor, perhaps while waiting for Professor Takeshi, if you can open the cam. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. All right, so this question is for you. So for the first questions is regarding which is more important in terms of the role of the maritime educators. Is it practical knowledge, theoretical knowledge, or mental, or even physics training? Please welcome Professor Takeshi to answer the questions.
Okay, yeah. So I have to. Thank you. Interesting question. The first of all, I would like to say it is not an issue whether A is more important than B. I think the importance is the balance between, especially in between the practical knowledge and then the theoretical knowledge. I would like to say that the important things is that the balance and the interaction between these two category of knowledge. Theoretical knowledge is also a fundamental part for the student to easily understand the practical things. So that means that I do not like to say the A is better, more important than B. Yeah, that's my answer, right?
All right. So if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Professor Takeshi. So the more important thing is the theoretical knowledge, right?
No, I said that the balance between these two, the balance between the theoretical knowledge and then the practical knowledge. It's not that I never said that the theoretical knowledge is much more important than the practical knowledge. We need both. But very important things are the balance between these two, and then also the interaction between these two.
Okay, so combinations between the practical and also theoretical knowledge and the interconnection between that. Thank you so much, Professor Takeshi. Okay, so now we will move on to question for Dr. Choi. For Dr. Choi, we have the question. This is also another interesting questions. And this is coming from Agnesia Mayola from PIP Semarang. The question is, what is your opinions about women at sea as a seafarer, first? The second one, are women also counted as the part of the sustainable transportations too? Perhaps two first? Okay.
Yes, let's think about the world populations, the 50% women and 50% men. Of course, if we do not utilize female human resources at sea, the sea transportation will not be sustainable in the future. In the past, there was a certain percentage of women who can be accommodated in the shipping industry in a very rare portion. But this portion should be increased to directly enhance to the sustainability, the manpower issues, the number of manpower. And so that is no longer a question in the future that women can be a part of seafarers or deck officer, engineers. Of course, it should be a part of, and the system should be more matured. So there are a lot of activities worldwide to enhance this kind of system. So without women, we can lose 50% of the future manpower. So I think there is an issue to enhance the system in the future. So we encourage the women's participation and system improvement of the shipping companies and the recognitions and awareness of the embracing women as a colleague on board. And that is my answer.
Okay. Yes, and the next questions. So this is very interesting. So we want to hear your opinion about this as an expert. And among there, actually, there are many issues or some issues regarding the harassment, and it can be seriously break the mental health of the women seafarers. So actually, how about, or perhaps any platforms that they can share about their insecurity or their feeling, how they feel safe on board?
Yes, let's separate these two issues. The mental health is the mental health. Everybody can feel, of course, female and male seafarers as well. So it is not a part of a crime, right? So mental health mental health illness or the betterment of mental health can happen anytime, everywhere, specifically on board, of course. But sexual assault and sexual harassment, so-called shashi, sexual assault and sexual harassment, shashi issue is a part of a crime. So if we combine these two into one, it's not absolutely fair. So shashi should be, of course, strongly, I don't know the right word in English, restricted, of course, even for men, also for women as well. So it is not just for women, it is not just for men. So I would like to introduce the United States policy to prevent the shashi on board. They have their own system to prevent this one, and all shipping company under the flag of United States should follow the shashi kind of law. So they should have a certain designated officer to take care of those issues, and law protect those kind of things. So we have another project to improve, to alert on shashi on board. So I really hope you to think about the mental health issues and shashi issues in a different way. It is different issues, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Choi. All right, and then we go to the next questions is for Professor Kerry Brown. Okay, so Prof, this is the questions from Puspananda Tribuana from the Yogyakarta Maritime High School. So actually, this is related to the research or the collaborative projects that can be involved or actually delve deeper into the safety and sustainability, particularly in autonomous vehicle, Prof. Is there any like the specialized research or the collaborative project which is ongoing that perhaps the scholars or here the students also can see and perhaps also can see the opportunity of the research in terms of the autonomous vehicle? Okay, can unmute first, Prof? The committee can help in unmute the Prof. Kerry. Okay, committee can help to unmute the committee. Unmute Prof. Kerry first. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, there are research projects that are collaborative around a number of groups and research centres. Some of these in Australia, one is a national centre known as the Cooperative Research Centre that's called iMove, which is about transportation. And in Western Australia, we have a group called Patrick, which is the Planning and Transport Research Centre. And that was the area that sponsored our research. So there are opportunities through the European Union, and they're huge. So I would say take to the internet if you're interested in getting some funding and some collaboration, and see where that will lead you. I'm sure it will be an amazing journey. Our research has finished, but the iMove CRC is always looking for new projects, new partners, and enthusiastic researchers.
Okay. So thank you so much, Professor Kerry, for the information. So I hope it's answering. Yeah, it is answering the questions.
Okay.
Next.
The other part of, sorry, I just say one more thing is the other part of this is think about studying at university and following up on these projects. There's always opportunity there.
Yes. So actually, in the campus also there are a lot of opportunity, Prof. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So the next
Yes.
questions, we will go to Professor Ari Purbayanto. So, Prof, this is the questions related to the. This is coming from Unimar, Universitas Maritim Amni, and the question is, what is the methods, the proper methods to control emissions from ships, especially from the traditional fishing ships, Prof?
Okay, thank you. I think this is very good question. As we know, controlling emission from traditional fishing ships, like controlling emission from any type of vessel, require a combination of strategic and also technology. Reducing emission from ships is essential for mitigating the impact on the environment and also human health. So here, some of the best method, of course, to control emission from traditional fishing ships. There are, I think, some methods so which we can apply. For example, so exhaust gas cleaning system or we call it with scrubbers. So this need to install a house gas cleaning system, also known as scrubbers, to remove sulfur dioxide, for example, and also particulate matter from house gases. And also efficient engine design and maintenance. As you know, traditional fishing vessel they use sometimes they use non-standard engine. They use a very cheap engine, and sometimes they use the second engine from actually not marine engine. Sometimes they use truck engine. So this is also important how to maintain engine and vessel in good condition and to ensure optimal fuel efficiency which reduce emission. Consider upgrading to more fuel efficient engine or the retrofitting existing engine with emission reduction technology if possible. But this is also of course difficult for traditional fishing vessel because they don't have enough what is we call finance to buy maybe the technology for reduction of the technology, reduction of the emission. So this is need the support from government. The government to give support, especially for the traditional fisher, because they don't have any ability, of course, to set up with the technology that can reduce the emission. The important, if possible, maybe we can apply electrification in small fishing vessel. So this is also need the government support to implement electric and hybrid propulsion system to reduce resilience and internal combustion engine. Maybe need a small pilot project and to implement to the traditional fishing vessel because as you know we have about 80% of our fishery composed by traditional fishing vessels. More than they use more than 15 gross tonnage. So this is of course without any help of the government and also maybe incentive and also regulation of course difficult. We can implement the green fishing vessel, yeah, especially engine for fishing vessel. I think that my answer, yeah, and I think there are many methods to implement, but especially for small fishing vessel, of course, it needs the government help and also regulation. For example, as you know, our small fishing vessel, fisher also they have any what is uh, limitation. Even they want to buy fuel from the government give the what we subsidies of full subsidy. So this is of course need the government help. Thank you. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Ari. Thank you so much.
And also one question I saw in the chat from
Yeah.
Arneta Kirana, yeah, from
Yes.
so
Prof. Ari,
yes?
excuse me, Prof.
Yes?
Perhaps we can continue first, Prof.
Okay,
To
please.
the next keynote speaker, okay? Okay. So the next questions is to Dr. Captain Anthony. Doctor or Captain Anthony, actually, there's a question regarding the mitigation action, Captain. So in your presentations, there are 8 mitigation action steps that should, and 5 of them or 5 of them are related to the utilization of new renewable energy, and 3 of them related to the energy efficiency. So actually, and you also already share with us also how to achieve, how about the actions. But as we know, the situations in our countries quite complex, and actually regarding the action or the mitigation from aid based on the priority. When you see Indonesia condition, actually what is the most needed mitigation action that we should do?
Okay, moderator. First of all, if talking about the society complicated and so on, we should back to the vision 2045. We are becoming developed country. Remember that once, yeah. After 100 years of freedom of Indonesia, President already stated that 2045 we are as the developed country. Of course, the mitigation action category which I mentioned, some of them for the a pilot project is always from the government side. For instance, the SIP modernization. So we try to give the sample from the government side. We have around 400 government vessel for patrol vessel. We start from that side that we renew ship modernization using the hybrid, yeah, for instance. For the ship recycle, we have done already as the pilot projects in Banten, for instance, to give them permission to do the ship recycling, not on the dockyard or on the place that anywhere. So for the ship recycle, for instance, we have already a point give the permit to the certain dockyard. Previously, onshore power supply, the people, the shipping companies say impossible and so on. But today we have already 20 port that implement the power supply. This one is priority on the 52 point. And then this, thank you to the PLN, the power plant that they also support this program. We cannot working alone. That collaboration with other institution and minister is quite important. Energy efficiency, yes, we have done already. Yeah. Before we think this is quite difficult, but we do already. Anti-fouling certification, yes, we have already done. Electrification, for instance, in Teluk Lamong, and then some port also now is using the solar panel system. Sometimes when we see a port area, the lighting already use the solar panel, but we never aware because we never aware where is the solar panel, where is using the PLN and so on. So quite important, right? Prof. Ari Purpayanto say that we should now aware the society is need more aware regarding the green transportation and so on. Socialization to make the society aware, to make the society desire to change, to see that we are actually is implement some of the mitigation action and so on. We need to say a lot. For instance, this conference, after this conference, the paper and so on, the society, they need to read that actually we have done. Yeah, we have done using the platform of media social, for instance, that this all mitigation already done. For instance, the using biofuel 35. Before shipping industry, they don't use this B35. We start from B0, yeah, of course. Then we start B5, and then B20, B30, and then on this January 2023, we start with B35. you cannot anymore find the ship using only solar or using the HSD for this Indonesian ship. They use the B-35. How to control? The government give the rule, and then they do not provide anymore EHD. So the ship they should compulsory to use a P-35. This is to control. Maybe for the next time for the fishing ship also like that one. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Captain Anthony. And before we are going to the on-site questions, allow me to address one more question for Captain Kasim Masud, okay? So for Captain Kasim, okay, so actually
Yes.
regarding your keynote speech is about the green curriculum and also of course about the Nautical Institute. So once again, congratulations in celebrating the 50 years of the Nautical Institute. And then, okay, and then the next questions is actually regarding the green curriculum itself, the concept. So actually, based on your explanation during your speech, is this green curriculum can be implemented in the context of the shipping? I mean, like in terms of the practical, or still also can be applicable also for the campus or the higher education institution?
Thank you very much. It is, of course, the risk rating, which is in development, comments to the working group. In development, is all the goal. Of course, by all means, like to have this standard, improve and learning is important. Training, handling the stuff. Of course, this curriculum is for the community and all the mariners and
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Captain. Okay, so now we will accommodating the question from the on-site participants from the Taruna or Taruni from the PIP Semarang. Okay, please.
Good day. My name is Muhammad Amma Anul Haq. I want to ask to Dr. Choi about what would be the fate of seafarers if autonomy was applied to all ships or country?
Thank you very much. I think that is a really hard question. So I think this question goes to Dr. Nakazawa. But yes, it's a very technical question. I would like to briefly talk about the history of ICSTSM to respond to your question. Actually, the 60% of all the world sea population, the seafaring population, are coming from APEC region, the 21 member economies. So the reason why we established ICSTSM is to respond to the question, how we can respond to the future digital changes, because for Asia Pacific region, the economies like Indonesia and also like China and the Philippines, the seafaring population, it is one of the main pillars of the industry. So that is something we have to explore in the future. But fortunately, not presently at the moment, we are exploring the concept of the autonomous vessel. So this is our time to raise our voices to respond to the future changes so that we can be in the future still a seafaring population as controllers and the ship operators on shore. So that is the reason why we are trying to provide conferences and trying to provide capacity building programs for autonomous vessels and as we call rescaling for the onshore controllers. So let's think about this together with this good institution, Semarang and APEC and other member economies through this kind of conference. So we can make a concrete conclusion as time goes by. And also, I believe the very technical issues can be also delivered by our experts participated in the online. Yes, thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you so much. One more question from, yes, Bapak, please. The microphone can be passed, yes.
Thanks, good morning. My question for Professor Kerry Bro. Excuse me, Professor Kerry Bro, okay. Your presentation about the managing transportation system, sustainability and safety in context of autonomous vehicle. This is very nice presentation and I'm very interesting about presentation. I'm Budirianto, I'm seafarer, yeah, and my question according your conclusion about AVS is our challenge, yes, our challenge for the future. For me as a seafarer, shipping is the most regulated industry, high cost, high technology, and we are as seafarer always working or sailing with safe, secure, efficient shipping and clean ocean. Yeah. My question. So safety is first. Yeah. Safety is correlated with responsibility and insurance. So if any accident about our vessel, whose responsibility? Maker, yeah, or maybe operator, or maybe owner, or maybe charterer. So how to calculate about responsibility and how to cover it about insurance? Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Bapak. So Prof. Kerry can answer directly. Okay, Prof. Kerry, you can unmute yourself, Prof. Okay, so the committee for Prof. Kerry, would you please to give the access first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. That's a very, very interesting question. And insurance, as a legal issue, insurance is not my issue, but what needs to be understood is that it's not just the owner's responsibility. It does become part of the supervisor's responsibility and those who've been given responsibility in the ship to do certain things. So you have to be quite careful in reading your contract to see how much responsibility you're taking on and under what conditions. Because this new world of autonomous vehicles, of dynamic change, there needs to be clear lines and well understood responsibilities, and that starts with each person reading what they're contractually obligated to do under what circumstances. Our new legislation for industrial relations in Australia has changed responsibility from the employer not just being responsible for the structures of the organization and the firm, but also for the health and well-being of the employees in that firm. And if a death or severe injury occurs at work, there can be penalties to the supervisor as well as the owner of that business. So it's very important to understand your rights and responsibilities.
Okay.
Madam,
Thank you so much. Yes, Captain Kasim, you may also share your opinion.
I would like to furnish the answer furthermore, if I allow. The question was about the autonomy at the accident question. Close with the IMO, and also we have developed some qualification for autonomy the vessels. This is in discussion. However, online or the answer is rights will apply on the vessels or they're not or the fully manned. So as for the call and whose responsibility of the vessel, that and insurance will all right. So it is duty responsibility. Totally all right.
Okay. Thank you so much for the additional insight, Captain Kasim. So I think we have some limitation in terms of time because at 1 p.m. we still have the academic online parallel presentation sessions. I know, but we will keep in contact. So that's why after this ICSTSM, we will make a forum of discussion, of the continued discussion for all the keynote speakers in the global research ecosystem.com. And also we will invite later all the keynote speakers and also all of the audience in on-site and also in online to join the community so we can continue the discussion there and also perhaps a future collaborations ahead. Okay, so now it's the time for me and also to Dr. Choice, please stay here beside me. So we will have the group photos along with the 6 keynote speakers. Okay, thank you so much for all the attentions and also the online participants that already asking the questions in the plenary keynote speaker sessions. All right, so after this, I will come back to my partner, Miss Dila. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. Wow, it's so insightful, so interesting for me. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICSTSM, we hope that the plenary keynote speaker session today has bring news perspective, news idea, or even new collaboration or research ahead. Now the time has come for the lunch break. We will have a lunch break until around 13 p.m. at Jakarta or Semarang time. So after that,
yes, after that we will have the hybrid academic presentation session in here in PIP Semarang. We also already prepared, the committee already prepared 8 classes for the 8 breakout rooms. So for all the presenters, please kindly check your breakout room. Once again, to all presenters, both on-site and also online, please check your breakout room schedules. So once again, thank you for your attention in the opening ceremony and also the plenary keynote speaker sessions. See you soon at 1 p.m. Semarang time or Jakarta time, UTC +7. Once again, please check your time zone and see you again soon at 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please welcome 7 Seas Band.
lies ahead in the future. At this point, what I know is the beginning of a journey to the faraway places. The land I step on, the crowd I hear, and the genuine smile that I see is a long process of life. The sea in front of me has become a connecting bridge for everyone's happiness. I have to stay there, sailing to the faraway places, through the ocean, delivering every human needs, and making sure this process exists. Nautica and me. Venturing the ocean is extraordinary. To achieve that dream, I have to study in the right place. The ocean is not a playground. Discipline, strength, and wisdom are the essential elements that will save us from jeopardy. I believe this is the point to train and start my incredible journey. To be part of the Politeknik Ilmu Pelayaran Semarang, or known as PIP Semarang, is an honor. Since 1951, the best graduates have dedicated themselves in guarding and optimizing Indonesia's marine potential. The spirit that has risen over the time will never die. Never stop learning. Stay confident and focus on the things we have started. Those will bring the best result to guide us to the next steps. In my 8th semester, I have finished 139 credits. There are still 23 credits and NT2 competency theory left. Later, I will be ready to become a captain from BIP Semarang graduate who is reliable and competent to compete globally. Now, I am ready to continue this legacy and to sail the wide ocean. A smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. Sharing happiness is not always about money. Seeing the smiles of the people whose needs are easily fulfilled is a satisfaction to those who work behind it. So many struggles to bring European car spare part to our hand. Household equipment, cosmetic, gadget, and other various goods pass a long journey with the help of the port officer to finally arrive at our home. Behind Port and Shipping Management Department. To be the students of Port and Shipping Management study, the candidates have to do several tests. Helping to provide guidance and experience in focus group discussion program to reconsider the similar study program curriculum is one of the mission of Port and Shipping Management Study program, that is research and community service to the society in port and shipping management sectors oriented on applied science that will be beneficial for the community. To be graduates of Bachelor of Applied Science, Port and Shipping Management, the undergraduate have to take 152 credits, which include theories and practice in university, then continue with land practice in the 5th semester. The three curriculum concentration of Port and Shipping Management study in BIP Semarang are shipping business, conventional port, container port. The undergraduate will have to take subjects such as English, information technology, ship ownership status, ship repairman and maintenance management, custom, immigration, quarantine, and port authority.